Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. I'm Verna Barrett. This is TTT News. It's time for the headlines. Masks, long lines and stained fingers. Voting is over in election 2020. Top cop blasts UNC General Secretary for reckless comments. And in sport, off to the bubble. Local TKR players set to enter CPL bubble as tournament start draws nearer. Well, there was a large voter turnout in some areas of Diego Martin on Monday, but in other pockets of the area, voters trickled in. From all reports, however, the process was smooth and incident-free. TTT News even caught up with Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, who said he was happy the voting process for him was over. More in this report from Crystal Wilson.
Long lines formed even before the election bell rang at 6 a.m. At the International School, Port of Spain, most voters shared with TTT News they preferred the early voting times. One thing was certain, however, General Election 2020 was notably different, with socially distanced lines and voters sported masks, all efforts geared towards preventing the spread of COVID-19. Those who were out early told us the social distancing and sanitizing process delayed the voting process just a bit. Otherwise, things went well.
It was great. They sprayed your hand going in, and when you dip your finger, they also sprayed it and give you a napkin, and everything was fine.
The process was extremely excellent. It was flowing nicely, and I wish everybody the best.
Soon after, the election candidates themselves arrived to cast their vote. Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley arrived with his family shortly after 9 a.m. He too said the voting process was quick and easy. He added, all that's left to do now is wait. And noting the increase in COVID-19 positive cases, the Prime Minister asked members of the public who plan on joining political celebrations later on Monday to instead keep the celebrations to a minimum.
We don't want a good election campaign to be spoiled by congregation and the spread of the virus tonight. So we're asking people to celebrate in small groups back at wherever you are, whether it's at home or at your constituency office or at a friend's house. Do it in, I'm sure there would be the need to celebrate in all quarters. Celebrate in small groups.
Candidate for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, Stuart Young, said he's confident things will go well.
And I know that God will do what needs to be done, and that tomorrow we'll have a good day tomorrow.
Meanwhile, the UNC's candidate for Diego Martin West, Marshall Walker, was hopeful the voter turnout would improve during the day.
I know that people were concerned about, the COVID and the restrictions. So, maybe they'll come out later. It's still early in the game. So maybe maybe they're still sleeping.
And over in Diego Martin Central, the Movement for Social Justice's Renee St. Rose expressed confidence Monday, August 10th would end in her favor.
I feel excited. I'm anticipating the results right now.
Reporting from the Diego Martin area, I am Crystal Wilson for TTT News.
As we continue our election coverage, journalist Ian Wason and cameraman Rajnath Lal were in the constituencies in San Juan Barataria, St. Augustine and St. Joseph, where the voting was steady but slow.
Long lines outside of St. George's College this morning as voters opted to exercise their franchise before they get to their places of work. But the long lines also suggest the voting process in the midst of the local pandemic, where COVID-19 guidelines must be observed, slowed the process. Some voters who spoke off camera questioned if all the voters will be able to exercise their rights if the process continued to move at that pace. However, candidate for Barataria San Juan, former Road March and Soca Monarch winner Jason Williams, was confident that everyone will be able to cast the ballot.
Well, I think from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. it's a long period of time, and I know people get some time off to do it. I know there are those who are traditional with their voting. It's a routine, it's a rhythm. They want to be the first person at the polling booth, who like to go out early at 6 o'clock, early morning. For me, I always choose middle of the day, early afternoon.
St. Augustine candidate for the PNM, Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal, who voted at the La Pastora Government School, said the sanitization guidelines are necessary, but that should not discourage persons to vote.
This is a dynamic process, and it's only expected that it may not have gone as quickly as voting in the past. But remember, at the end of the day, this is for the safety and the well-being of the public.
Kelvin Ramkisoon, who is the election agent for the UNC's St. Joseph candidate Aloy Hunt, did put the blame on the presiding officer for the long lines and slow process. He said the EBC put things in place, which they had to because of the pandemic.
I accept that we are in a pandemic period. I accept there are protocols to follow, but I think the presiding officers can do a lot more to speed up the process.
There were no other discrepancies reported in these constituencies. Ian Wason, TTT News.
In the Southland, candidates contesting the 2020 general elections in the constituencies of San Fernando West and Point-a-Pierre expressed confidence ahead of the close of voting today. Ken Fuentes and cameraman Ricky Gokul were present as the polls opened this morning.
Constituents lined up from early in the morning at the Marabella Community Center in the Point-a-Pierre constituency to cast their ballots. With the election taking place in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, PNM candidate for Point-a-Pierre joined the line in which police officers were ensuring voters practice social distancing. Daniel Dookie said the large turnout showed the importance of these elections.
It's showing that people are very much committed to exercising their civic duty and their democratic right. So it is a very encouraging sign.
He said he expected people to adapt to the measures implemented on voting day, and he was confident of becoming MP for Point-a-Pierre.
I'm very confident, very, very confident, and we will go through the day operationalizing what we have planned given our election day machinery, and I am confident at the end of the day I will be victorious for the People's National Movement in the Point-a-Pierre seat.
Also expressing confidence in the voting process was UNC candidate for San Fernando West, Sean Sobers.
The process was very smooth this morning. The officials at the ABC are definitely following the relevant guidelines with respect to the Ministry of Health, ensuring that persons sanitize on their way in, persons continuously wear their masks. So that I think the democratic process is well underway in this country, considering all that we're dealing with right now.
He believes he has put in the work to take the seat.
I'm very confident. I mean, we've been working on the ground since the last local government elections, which was last year, and we continue doing the work. As I was indicating before, my parents would have always told me that hard work and prayers would always breed success. So I suspect that our results this evening will be extremely positive and in favor of the United National Congress.
There are 5 candidates contesting the San Fernando West constituency, including former MP Faris Al-Rawi. Kent Fuentes, TTT News.
And PNM candidate for San Fernando East, Brian Manning, accompanied by his mother, Hazel Manning, cast his vote at the San Fernando Methodist Primary School today. Mrs. Manning, wife of deceased Prime Minister Patrick Manning, said she was glad to see democracy once again having its way in Trinidad and Tobago. She said she had mixed feelings about not having her husband by her side on polling day.
This is the second time that we're coming in here without him. Not so good for that one. He would have enjoyed being here, but that's life.
Were you satisfied that all the COVID-19 protocols were followed?
Here, yes, very much so. I think that's why we took so long. They were careful that things went well. Sanitizing all the time, spraying, and very well done here.
Mrs. Manning, a former government minister, herself said having her son now as a candidate was nostalgic, but she was happy to be there with him. And Brian Manning said he is ready to take up the mantle left behind by his father.
What's happening?
Bring your mommy next year. Bring your mommy next year. Bring your mommy. She's the main lady there now. Brian, Brian.
We did all we could, at least in San Fernando East. And I believe I'm expecting a resounding victory today. It's going to be sweeping time. And that's what I think we're all going to see later on when the polls start coming in.
The People's National Movement and the Progressive Democratic Patriots are reporting a high voter turnout in Tobago. Both parties believe this could spell victory. Karen Phillip is in Tobago and has this report.
Voters were seen outside the polling station at St. Andrew's Primary School in Calder Hall well before 6 a.m. Once the gates were opened, they were told to wash their hands and proceed to the polling booth, all while maintaining physical distancing. Further east, PNM candidate for Tobago East, Ayanna Webster Roy, cast her ballot at the Roxborough Anglican Primary School just before 8 a.m.
Nobody could say that as a representative I would have embarrassed Tobago East or more so embarrassed the people of Roxborough. If it's one thing they could always say is that I would have represented them in such a way that they could hold their heads up with pride and know that yes, Ayanna delivered, yes, Ayanna did not shame us.
Some 3 hours later, PDP political leader and candidate for Tobago East, Watson Duke, cast his ballot at the same location. He is consulting with his legal team over alleged election day violations.
And they were interviewing my colleague Ayanna Webster Roy. And to hear her made direct overtures to the persons of Tobago East, asking them to vote for Ayanna Webster Roy.
And Tobago West candidate for the PNM, Shamfa Kujo, exercised her civic duty at the Montgomery Government Primary School.
Yes, we want the election to go by fairly, freely, quickly of course, so we could get back to the business. We spent the bulk of the weeks, the last 5 weeks, just walking and talking, electioneering, soliciting votes and so on. And we really want to get back to the business of state.
Her rival, the PDP's Tashia Grace Burris, is confident that the island will vote for change.
Everywhere that I've gone, I've gotten tons of support, prayers. People have been sending me pictures of their voting finger and telling me this one was for you.
The two Tobago seats have changed hands in the recent past, from the PNM in 2007 to the Tobago Organization of the People in 2010 and back to the PNM in 2015. Will 2020 see another swing vote in Tobago? That answer will only be known when the election results are tallied. Reporting from Calder Hall, I'm Karen Phillip for TTT News.
UNC political leader Kamla Persad-Bissessar performed her civic duty today. Mrs. Persad-Bissessar said she believes the COVID-19 regulations may have slowed down voting, but was glad to see people coming out nonetheless. She told reporters as far as she was concerned, things were going smoothly and urged citizens to keep an eye on the votes.
I think it's very unfortunate we did not have international observers, but I called upon all our nationals to be national observers. So I think it's working well so far.
How do you think the party's machinery is working so far across the country?
Thus far, my feedback is I spent all morning, making it happen, and it looks good.
And looking beyond today's polls, she said the party is ready for any challenges that may come with regard to the validity of United National Congress candidates.
Bring it on, we have a lot of court closed.
I know
that seat is a validly nominated candidate for Princess Town. Go out and cast the votes, and we'll deal with it after. But I have no problems with it.
No other complaints from any constituencies?
Thus far, no, except long lines in some areas.
And remember, you can also keep up to date with the latest stories on Facebook, YouTube and Twitter at TTT Live Online. Still to come, one more person tests positive for COVID-19. More on that story when we come back.
Music sets the tone for scenes and tells stories between the lines. As a musician, I set the mood for TV shows and film, whether it's romance, adventure, or horror. I've got you. Hearing the score on a TV show or film makes me feel like a part of something bigger. And that's why I support TTT, and you should too. Support TTT, live for local. My name is Janine Ruiz, and I'm a musical composer. Support TTT because with TTT, we live for local.
Looking at the latest COVID-19 update, One additional person has tested positive for COVID-19. The case is pending epidemiological investigation. All established protocols have been implemented. 3 persons have been discharged from the Cora Hospital, and the public is advised that the Ministry of Health's head office at number 63 Park Street, Port of Spain, will be closed on Tuesday 11th and Wednesday 12th August 2020 in the first instance. This measure is implemented to ensure that no one is unduly affected by residual smoke odor arising from the fire which occurred in the basement of the ministry's head office on the morning of Saturday 8th August. While critical functions will continue, members of the public are kindly asked to refrain from visiting the ministry's head office during these 2 days. The Ministry of Health will advise the public of any changes to this arrangement as required. And a convicted prisoner housed at the Port of Spain prison has tested positive for COVID-19. The prison service says the prisoner, who has underlying medical complications, was taken to hospital after complaining of feeling ill. A test was conducted at hospital and returned with a positive result. The prison service says the area where the prisoner was housed was immediately evacuated and sanitized. Commissioner of Police Gary Griffith has described as reckless and dangerous an allegation that the police used roadblock exercises as a tactic to frustrate voters at a polling station in St. Augustine today. Commissioner Griffith said the comments were made by UNC General Secretary Devindranath Nanku in a letter to him, in which Mr. Nanku referred to the exercise as an abuse of police powers. But the commissioner explained there was reckless driving on Evans Street in St. Augustine, and police officers began stopping vehicles. Mr. Griffith said a general election does not mean that the police service is no longer required to fulfill its duties. Yet another disturbance is being watched by TTT meteorologist Ian Wallace. The forecast is next. Stay tuned.
A disorganized area of low pressure west-southwest of the Cabo Verde Islands may develop slowly over the next 48 hours under somewhat favorable conditions. However, there is some dry air around the system that will possibly weaken it before it reaches Eastern Caribbean on Friday or Saturday. Meanwhile, yet another tropical wave is set to begin to affect the Caribbean from Tuesday. So tonight, expect a few showery spells through the night, but these are expected mainly over southern areas of Trinidad during the early morning. There's also a low to medium chance of thunder being heard overnight into Tuesday. Now tonight's low, 24 degrees Celsius expected in Trinidad, 25 degrees Celsius in Tobago. Now through tomorrow, still looking for the showers across parts of Trinidad, particularly over the southern areas, with the possibility of showers turning heavy or thundery along the south coast. Tobago should enjoy the best of the weather with passing showers before more clouds arrive as that tropical wave passes through the area late on Tuesday going into Wednesday. Midweek, the conditions will be sunny with showery spells, and a few gusty winds and isolated thunderstorms are still possible through Wednesday and Thursday. For fisherfolk, seas will remain moderate with waves of 2 meters offshore and 1 to 1.5 meters through the Caribbean with moderate easterly breezes of 10 to 15 knots. So that's your latest weather, and I am meteorologist Ian Wallace.
Thank you, Ian. Moruga reported a high voter turnout, with many people lining up outside the various polling stations since 5:30 a.m. Speaking to TTT News, many voters said the process went smoothly. Charlene Lewis reports.
From the old to the young flocked to polling stations to cast their vote this morning. One resident of Moruga said even though she was experiencing physical pain and ailments, she had to cast her vote.
Everything was okay. Yeah. Girl, my back is good, but I reach.
This St. Mary's resident also commended the COVID-19 protocols that were in place.
The process was very nice and easy. Yeah.
In terms of like COVID and thing, were you frightened to vote here today?
No. I wasn't frightened at all. Yeah, I'm not scared at all. I know I have to do it and I come out and that's our duty. Okay? So I find it went smooth and good.
And at the St. Mary's Government Primary School, there were no concerns raised.
Good, no trouble, no complaint. Everything went smooth. About 20 minutes.
Polls closed at 6 p.m. Sherilyn Lewis, TTT News.
Meanwhile, UNC candidate for Moruga Tableland, Michelle Benjamin, said there were a number of discrepancies which took place today. Ms. Benjamin spoke to the media after voting at the St. Mary's Government Primary School.
See, we had minor issues this morning with presiding officers trying to move our mock station 10 setup, and they were being a little, I don't want to use those terms, but the system is functioning right now, but we had problems with our mock stations. The presiding officers were moving individuals. We had complaints with regards to 35, that is New Grand Government School. When my polling agents went, they had problems with regards to viewing the opening of the box, but that was sorted out.
The PNM's candidate for Moruga Tableland, Winston Gypsy Peters, said he was not aware of any discrepancies.
I don't know anything about that. Nobody told me anything, so I don't know. You know, I'm trying to be as many places as I can, but unfortunately I can't be there all at this one time, at the same time. So I'm everywhere, but I haven't heard anything like that at all.
The UNC's candidate for Princestown, Barry Padarath, has lashed out at the Elections and Boundaries Commission for the slow voting process this morning. Mr. Padarath says he took just over an hour to cast his ballot at the Couva Anglican Primary School. Here's more with reporter Sunil Lala.
Mr. Padarath arrived at the Couva Anglican Primary School around 8 a.m. and finished the entire process almost an hour and 15 minutes later. And the UNC candidate was not happy with the election agency's preparation for the poll. Mr. Padarath said he was not satisfied with the arrangements for the elderly and disabled.
Again, I understand the constraints of holding an election during a pandemic. However, they had 5 weeks and plus. We knew an election was due constitutionally this year. COVID had reached our shores months ago, and they could have done a lot better with respect to putting provisions in place to deal with the persons that are most vulnerable participating in today's election.
But the PNM's Laventil East MOVA candidate Adrian Leons, who voted at the same polling station, did not share the same view.
Yeah, they're exercising it very well. They have markers on the ground, so you're spread up 6 feet apart. You know, and you sanitize your hand, you have your mask and everything, so it's very safe. I'm pleased with what I'm seeing there.
Meanwhile, the UNC's Couva South candidate Rudy Indarsing was also critical of the EBC for its preparations. He claimed there were instances of people being unaware of what specific line they had to follow to cast their vote.
We are operating in what is called a different environment, a normal new, and I would expect that all the information officers who have been engaged by the EBC should have been very proactive this morning to receive people and guide them in a particular direction.
At the Couva South Government Primary, the PNM's La Hoqueta Tal Paro candidate Foster Cummings expressed surprise by the high voter turnout. He said he heard there were similar scenes in the constituency he hopes to represent.
I am very confident. This morning, from all reports, the polling stations at La Hoqueta, Tal Paro, there are very, very long lines heading out into the streets. People are very anxious to cast their vote, and I'm very optimistic that I will be victorious later tonight when the polls have closed and the votes are counted.
Sunil Lala, TTT News.
And remember, you can keep up to date with all that's happening on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TTT Live Online. And this is where we end our live streaming of the TTT News. Up next in sport, some top clubs to skip Ascension's second edition.
I won the Miss Universe title in 1977, becoming the first Trinidadian to win the title and also the first person of color in the history of the competition. I would remember when I entered the Miss Universe pageant, it would have been TTT that filmed it locally, being there to service and provide entertainment and content for the public. Hi, I'm Janelle Penny Commission, and I believe our story starts right here on TTT.
The Ascension Football League, like so many other sporting events, remains at the mercy of the Ministry of Health and is awaiting a final approval before the league can begin as planned on Friday night. The league is hoping to get the final green light by Wednesday, when the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Sport are to meet to deliberate on whether or not the league will go ahead as planned and what protocols are to be used. The league, which normally comprises teams from the TT Pro League and TT Super League, will see 10 teams in Division 1 and another 10 in the 2nd Division, while another 70 clubs will make up the 3rd Division and will come primarily from the 6 local zones, which may be delayed as proper health structures are implemented at community grounds. Unfortunately, only 12 of the 24 top clubs took entry this year, with the likes of San Juan Jablati, Mova Caledonia United, Club Sando, FC Santa Rosa, QPCC, Prison Service and Guaya United opting out. It's a case of so close and yet so far for this country's chess team, as they just missed the chance to earn promotion to level 3 of the online chess Olympiad. TNT got edged out by a slender half-point margin when games continued recently, after producing 2 commanding victories against Bahamas 6-0 and Guyana 5-1. TNT needed a draw or 3 points against higher-ranked Honduras to secure their spot at the 3rd level of competition. However, the national squad missed its target by a meager half-point, despite wins for feed master Adrian Winter Atwell and woman international master Gabriella Johnson. But Alan Safa Ramuta could only earn a draw in his match, as TNT ended on 2.5 points to fall just short against higher-ranked Honduras. England forward Jadon Sancho will remain a Borussia Dortmund player next season, says the club's sporting director Michael Zorc, who added that the decision is final and they plan on having him with them next season. The 20-year-old, whose parents are both Trinidadians, has been named in the Bundesliga club's squad for this week's training camp in Switzerland. It comes on the day of the deadline set by Dortmund for any deal to be agreed for Sancho, who is Manchester United's top summer target. Dortmund wants about £100 million for Sancho, who they signed from Manchester City for £10 million in 2017. The new campaign starts on September 18th with the transfer deadline for international deals set for October 5th, which is the definitive deadline for Sancho. And that's it for our news package. I'm Verna Barath. Coming up next, our extended coverage of the counting of votes. Our moderator Wesley Gibbings is joined by our panel of experts to provide analysis and timely results.
Hey you, yeah you, superhero. I have no cape, laser vision or S on chess ego, but you can fight the evil of excessive waste. Right at home, it's easy. Watch. Take drinking containers, you know, the boxes, plastic and cans. Now give them a quick wash and place them in waste bags. Look how super you are. Now you can just start to the nearest EMAI care bin. Place the bag with the plastics, glass bottles and cans right in. You just ignited the circular economy where waste is reduced and reused. Your heroics may never make the news, but you can choose to extend our life on this beautiful planet. I care for my world. What about you? Be a hero too. Start recycling. A message from the EMA I Care project.
Maximize impact when you advertise on TTT Live Online. With TTT Live Online, your brand can be seen by viewers in TNT and all around the world via our social media pages, and you can bet they're watching. Our audience is growing every day as TTT Live Online boasts a combined 500,000 followers on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter. Our statistics show the live stream of the Now Morning Show reaches tens of thousands of viewers each day. Our news and entertainment pieces draw hundreds of thousands of views across all platforms. And now you have an opportunity to be featured alongside this amazing content. Are you ready to maximize impact? Contact our sales team today. Call 622-4141 at extensions 2601 to 2611 or email us at sales@ttt.co.tt.
The Atlantic hurricane season is here. Are you prepared?
When moving to safety, you must have a plan for going to a designated shelter or to relatives or friends that live on higher ground, at least 25 feet or higher. Plan multiple routes since roadways may be blocked by floodwaters and or debris. Shut off the water, electricity and gas at the meters or tanks. Leave a few windows slightly ajar to relieve pressure in the case of a hurricane. Board up all windows on the exterior perimeter, lock all doors and gates. Secure electronic equipment with plastic sheeting or garbage bags. Make copies of important documents, ID and certificates and keep in a secure place other than your home. Then secure valuable papers and photos in plastic bags in the refrigerator for the duration of the hurricane. Take photos of any damaged property for insurance claims.
This message courtesy TTT Limited.
Every day I carry two things with me everywhere I go. Hand sanitizer so that I can keep my hands clean, and a mask so that I can protect myself and others from COVID-19. Today, WHO is launching our new Wear a Mask Challenge, and I'm urging you all to keep wearing a mask that covers your nose, mouth and chin. Keep physical distancing, keep cleaning your hands, keep away from big crowds, and keep covering your mouth and nose when you cough. Do it all. We all need to play a role in breaking the chains of transmission and bringing this pandemic under control. By wearing a mask, you're not only protecting yourself, you're sending a message of solidarity and protecting other people, especially those most vulnerable to the virus. Whether you're wearing a medical mask as you care for someone that's sick, or wearing a 3-layered fabric mask as you use public transport, pick up groceries, or are in crowded areas. Show off your masks by joining the Wear a Mask Challenge. Take a photo or a video of yourself wearing a mask. Share it on your social media and nominate friends to do the mask challenge. We're the ones that can end this pandemic. So wear a mask, do it all, save lives.
Good evening and welcome to Election 2020 You Decide, the program where we follow the count of the ballots straight through until your decision is clear. I'm Wesley Gibbings and I'll be your moderator this evening. Thank you to Verna Barrett and the news team for giving us that look at what happened earlier in the day as you cast your ballots. Of course, as we settle in for the long haul, our discussion will not only follow the trends, the electoral trends, but perhaps take a gander into the possible challenges that the new government is likely to face. Joining me for those critical insights are former parliamentarian, now head of the Department of Management Studies at UWI, Christine Sahadeo. Welcome to the program, Christine.
And I'm a senior lecturer, former deputy dean.
Okay, senior lecturer, former deputy dean. And just to her left, and someone who is no stranger to us here at TTT, is attorney Lennox Sankar-Singh, who is also the former head of the Association of Local Government Bodies, and someone on whom we can rely for a wide variety of opinions on a great number of things. Likewise, for energy consultant and former government minister, Mr. Conrad Enel. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, Wesley.
While these guests will be in studio, we have pollster, lead analyst and CEO at Solution by Stimulation, Nigel Henry, and he is with us via Zoom, and he's going to be helping us analyze the numbers and the trends, and of course how we are getting those numbers. Vidya Ramphal has been keeping a keen eye on the constituencies, in particular the marginals, and will be giving us the results as they come in. Hi Vidya, how are things in your neck of the woods? You're counting the numbers.
I'll certainly be bringing you all the numbers, plus the comments from Facebook, the stats, and a lot more coming up tonight as we just figure out what's happened today in the elections.
And of course, we'll be seeing lots of video later on, perhaps hopefully more video than me. And just so you know, we'll also be coming to you live from various parts of the country. Our reporters are in the field to update us on the atmosphere and developments at the various political camps. Let's touch base with some of them now. Crystal Wilson is at the headquarters of the People's National Movement at Balize House. Good evening, Crystal.
Good evening, viewers. Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. We are coming to you live from Balize House, the headquarters of the People's National Movement for general election coverage 2020. The polls have closed and the counting of ballots has started. However, currently there's little activity here except from the drop-off of containers in preparation for activity later. No sightings of candidates or supporters just yet. So for the most part, things are relatively quiet. We will, of course, keep you updated as things develop. Reporting from Balize House, I am Crystal Wilson for
Thanks for that, Crystal. And meanwhile, the United National Congress has set up their watch party at the UNC's Couva South Constituency office on the Couva Main Road. DK Rosta is there. DK, what's the latest?
Thank you, Wesley. Good evening to you, your panel, and all people tuning in to the TTT Limited Media Network. We are here, we as in Kent Fuentes, myself and the rest of the team, are here next to the constituency office for Couva South, most recently held by Rudy Indar Singh. We are here at the United National Congress election headquarters for the results of the general elections 2020. Now, the weather has been very conducive to people going out and exercising their franchise, and it is a big improvement over the weather that we would have had over the weekend, and even more so over the weather that we would have had for the last general election in 2015. Now, the board behind me that you are seeing, we will be populating that board with results as they come in, and we'll also be having conversations. But at this point in time, we give it back over to you in studio, Wesley, but we will be back with more.
Thanks a lot for that, DK. And Karen Cozier-Phillip is in Tobago this evening. She'll give us an early look into what's happening in both Tobago West and Tobago East. Good evening, Karen. How are things? Do we have Karen? And while we wait to join Karen, you know, we have our roving reporter Sunil Lala, who is moving between the various camps, and perhaps we can go to Sunil and then come back to Karen when we get her on the line. So Sunil is at the ILP headquarters right now. Sunil, how are things? Okay. Yeah, well, Sunil is going to be one of the really.
To you, we of course we will be roving between the ILP camp and the COP camp tonight. We are coming to you live from the ILP camp. It's located just along the Eastern Main Road in Aruka. It's not too far away from Kantak Plaza, which is just mere minutes away from the Trinity Mall heading east. Of course, the organizing committee, there's mostly just the organizing committee here at the ILP camp. They are expecting some supporters tonight. There are some stages set up downstairs with some chairs. I know there's a bar just across. They are expecting some people, some crowds to gather there as well. Of course, the ILP's sole candidate, Jack Warner, he is actually in the building at the moment. He actually came in here just after the polls closed around 6:10 p.m. And he, of course, will be getting some of those, will be trying to get some of those results in. We will keep you updated. Of course, this behind me is what the ILP is tallying their results for Bonaire West. Of course, Jack Warner for the ILP, and PNM, the UNC, and also the PEP. So we will bring you live updates as the night progresses.
Thanks for that. Busy Sunil, who's going to be all over the place this evening. Also, quite on the move is Karen Cozier-Phillip, who is in Tobago. Karen, what's the latest?
We are here at the PNM Tobago Council headquarters in Scarborough, and the polls have just closed and they're making preparations for the tabulation of results. Now, what I can tell you, earlier in our journeys throughout Tobago, both the People's National Movement and the Progressive Democratic Patriots, the two major parties in Tobago, are reporting a high voter turnout. It's a bit quiet here right now. We're seeing some preparations. They're setting up some chairs, and they have put a blackboard inside where the results will start to come in a short bit. So it's a bit quiet. We're not expecting that many supporters because, of course, it's the COVID-19 and they're taking precautions and following guidelines and protocols to prevent the spread of COVID-19. So they're just setting up a few chairs outside here. And in the main office, there are a few people. I do understand that PNM stalwart Stanford Calendar is one of those persons who are inside. So we're going to try and link up with him in a little while to get an interview. That's what's happening here at the PNM's headquarters in Scarborough. I'm Karen Cozier-Phillip for TTT News.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Karen. Now, Karen sort of cued the whole issue of the pandemic and the special arrangements that are being made in the various political camps. So I want to spend a little time at first looking at the fact of our pandemic elections, if you want to call it the pandemic campaign. But before we get into that discussion, I want to say a special hello to those of you who have tuned in via CMC Carib Vision, that's throughout the region and internationally. Our colleagues at NBS Radio in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, hi Colvin and gang. And in the Bahamas, we are live on Global Radio 99.5 FM. Now, I want to remind viewers and listeners that if you need to move away from your TV sets, you can stay tuned in on Talk City 91.1 FM and join the discussion online. By visiting the TTT Live Online YouTube page, you can leave your comments there and we'll share them throughout the evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic elections. This is truly unique, very different arrangements have had to be made. We have not had the regular type campaigning. We haven't had the regular type election day activities. Christine, what are your thoughts on the pandemic elections?
Well, I enjoy elections actually, and it was different. The world has changed. Everything is digital, so we end up looking at our televisions, but the feeling is different. You don't get the vibes. You don't get the real feeling. You're not sure how the public, because by attending a meeting or even looking on where people physically attend a public meeting, you get a better feel and you can converse, talk to people and so on. Interesting though, as I said, the world is in a different place, so you were forced to have a different type of election. Interesting, different. I prefer the physical, contact and see things happening.
Yeah, and a toll that people weren't really quite getting it, that the resonance you get between
it's difficult to
audiences.
gauge. For me, it was a little difficult to really get, the real feeling.
Lennox, your thoughts?
Well, that's a good point. You miss the elections, the getting together, the having a drink sometimes, liming, and so on. The jokes and the picong, and so on, and in the public meetings. In fact, the best of all would be Bastille Pandey in terms of repartee and the picong and his responses sometimes. That was sorely missed. Apart from that, well, as an attorney, I felt it more than attorneys felt it more than anybody else. In fact, that you have to link up with the court. You have court matters. You have to sit in your office sometimes with a client for nearly half a day because you're not sure what time your matter will be called, but your client has to be there for 9 o'clock and so on. So that is how it affected us, especially attorneys. So that's basically it, I suppose.
And I suppose increasingly over the years, politicians have been joining the queue of clients needing to go to the court as well. Conrad,
and you may see more of that in the near future.
Wow.
In managing a campaign, one of the things that you try to do is you try to build mobilization, and therefore you try to build, going into an election, a momentum, so that when it gets to the day before, you have everybody emotionally involved in the campaign. This did not happen in this election. What happened in this election is you had to behave as if you were participating in theater, and actually who had the better show would interest you. I'm not sure how that's going to work because I guess we're going to see the results of it. But to me, the biggest negative for this election was your own ability to mobilize and to build that mobilization and to convert that mobilization into an election day machinery type intervention. So that was a negative. And if you have to be successful, then you have to make sure that you spend more time and make sure that your election day machinery works. If it doesn't work, you're in trouble.
Definitely. And I think that you would have had to, at the same time, match the sort of official demands, because what was happening in terms of the public service and meeting the demands, you had a higher level of remote functionality, and that sort of like transferred into the way the politics had to be conducted, because you really couldn't, you weren't attending rallies with hundreds and thousands of people, and you had to find other ways of reaching them that were rather impersonal and
like
cold.
Your television was the main medium through which the politician, they had to, and it's expensive too, but it was the main medium, through which the messages had to be communicated. But interestingly though, I was once thinking that the voter turnout, well, we're going to have to wait for official results, but where I'm from, Tunapuna, I was amazed to see it was a very large voter turnout. I waited an hour and a half. Yeah. Should I go and come back? I said no. And I was quite amazed that the voter turnout seemed to, so we're going to get the results, but the voter turnout seemed to be pretty high. I think a lot of us were doubting really if people with the pandemic, if we're going to see. So I don't know if my colleagues here had similar experience.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in the hot sun. Two things.
You voted, right?
Of course.
Okay.
One was the whole question of the new protocols in terms of social distancing, in terms of sanitization, in terms of mask wearing and that activity. That was new. But in a lot of instances, I think the internal workings were not as fast as I expected them to be. There were challenges inside.
Yes.
And that resonated and reflected in the length of time that you took to finish the transaction.
I think somebody needed to teach Q and theory, because they put A to K and L to Z, and I think then they realized apparently fewer people are named between A and K and
that was the case
and L and everywhere it seems.
Yeah.
And so
I
would imagine
I was in that A line.
so it's
But it's strange, right? In Couva, so the Couva North and Couva South polling divisions, many of them. And there were no long lines at all throughout the day, you know. It was very short. People got through very quickly and so on. I suspect that in the marginal seats, you had a much higher turnout. You did a marginal seat?
No, I did a traditional PNM seat.
Which one is that?
St. Anne's East.
St. Anne's East.
St. what?
St. Anne's.
Oh, St. Anne's East. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. It's traditional PM seat. Yes.
Yeah. I was in St. Joseph, and I think that the turnout will be recorded as pretty high there.
Is that correct?
Yeah. But I think that the system functioned very well because there was a fast flow. The flow was quite efficient. Now, if this campaign can only be described as an election campaign with a difference, the COVID-19 pandemic forced various sectors to find unique ways to do business. And for the 2020 general election, it was no different. Stacey Ann Providence takes us through the deviation from the traditional in what was a very short election campaign season. So let's hear from Stacey.
Wear your mask and keep your social distance. Throughout the election season, this has been the mantra to supporters. While the walkabouts remained in an attempt to reach the electorate where they are, the manner in which they were conducted were governed by some new rules.
I'm looking forward to returning to government. I feel confident about it. It's why I've come by myself today. We're in a COVID pandemic. We have to really manage ourselves carefully.
As soon as you pass 25 persons, the police now wondering, okay, so who's the 26 and 27 person we need to remove from the scene? Some political parties, they have been beating the system, for want of a better word. They turn up there with 100 persons, they will have a group of 25, then they have a space, and they have another group of 25. So there's a lot that they're doing to try to beat the system.
This wasn't always achieved, and many times citizenry needed a reminder. The need for these types of reminders was clearly evident on July 17th, nomination day. But in a country where the party culture is so ingrained, keeping the party out of the support was nigh impossible. Here in Chaguanas, the two major parties meeting up, giving that carnival atmosphere.
We know nomination day is a day of high emotion. There's mixing of the two major groups showing their love and respect for each other on nomination day. But in some areas, it was a bit concerning. Let's hope that that is an aberration. I would like to think so. If you have more than 25 persons in your entourage as your followers, separate them into groups, make sure they have on masks, make sure they are physically distanced as far as humanly possible, because we don't want community spread.
And while there were no political rallies in the traditional sense, the cottage and town meetings, where the pecan and promises were served in abundance, continued, but to a virtual audience. Each party took to social media to get their messages out.
We are working very, very hard to light it on fire so that it can't be missed.
Tonight, I want to say to Ms. Kamala Prasad-Bissessa and the UNC, I'm a proud black man in this country, and you have offended me.
You must have a plan. And I have one, and we have one, but I'm not telling you tonight.
And the responses to the allegations on the political platforms were quick in coming. The first point of contact, the social media posts. And when it came time for voting day, that too was conducted with a marked difference. Before Election Day, the Elections and Boundaries Commission issued guidelines on the setting up of polling stations and the conduct of poll staff and the electors. Among those guidelines, maintain physical distancing of 6 feet apart prior to and during the entire voting process, utilize the hand sanitizer provided for use upon entry into the polling station, use face covering or mask during the conduct of the poll, and if utilizing pens, walk with your own pen, and utilize hand sanitizer prior to immersing your finger in the electoral ink. Stacey Ann Providence, TTT News.
Thanks very much for that, Stacey. Some very interesting snippets that we can dissect and examine more fully during the course of the evening. But before we get into that, I want to welcome Nigel Henry, who I introed a little. He's on the line with us now. Hi, Nigel. How is everything?
I am doing quite well. Thank you for having me.
Your views on the pandemic campaign. How do you think the fact of a pandemic influenced the thrust of the campaign and the extent to which the campaign may or may not have resonated with the electorate?
Well, you know, I'm into the public opinion side of things. So as somebody who does public opinion research, I would ask people, and what people are seeing is that COVID-19 or the pandemic is actually the #1 issue right now that's going on in their minds. It's surpassed crime for the first time in almost a decade as the #1 issue in the country. So if this is the #1 issue and that we have one party, specifically the PNM, seen to have an advantage over their ability to protect the country from the pandemic, that tends to color the campaign in that way.
Yes, and on that point, Christine, did you find that there was an adequate level of the framing of issues within the context of a pandemic? So people, it appeared to me that a lot of the politicians were talking about the broader issues, energy, etc., the wider economy and so on, but none of it appeared to be framed in the context of something that's going to be with us for the foreseeable future.
Well, in fairness, the government has had a very comprehensive program. Before it was daily, then went 3 times a week, etc., on the status, and I think the Minister of Health, really, he did a good job covering it. So I think it may have been too much to continue saying the same thing over and over. So in fairness, the government, I think, and it was generally accepted that at Trinidad and Tobago, we did so well. We came first. Oxford University put us #1. So I think that became the People's National Movement, I think, would have used it in terms of waving a flag and saying we did excel. And they did excel because really Trinidad and Tobago became a model country in that regard. So I don't think it would have been too much if they had done more. No, so I'm not quite sure what that left the opposition to do or the other parties. No. It was a difficult one to deal with.
Yeah, the point I was getting at is that, that's on the medical management side of things. And there's no doubt that the government has been given high points and there was a considerable amount of success. But what I meant is
the economic, you mean the other
the framing of the development issues in the context of the fact that the pandemic is going to be here for years to come.
Well, I have to agree with you in that I believe it could have been further to deal with it, because really the winning party is going to have to deal with those issues. Unemployment, the economy, we have looked at GDP falling, really the world over. So it's not just Trinidad, you are dealing with an international issue. And really, I agree with you. I would have thought more would have been said about those
Conrad, we have to go to a break now, but so very quickly, if you can give us...
I disagree with you.
Yeah.
The recovery plan is all about that.
Yeah.
And COVID-19 is a medical issue, it's a health issue.
Yeah, but the recovery plan really, was that the PNM manifesto?
Some elements of it were there.
Yeah,
in terms of directional issues.
As far as it was a multidisciplinary group of independent people, professionals and so on.
Of course.
So, I mean, to pitch it as...
But which party did it?
No, that's what I'm saying. Which party really said, here we have something that for the foreseeable future is going to affect education,
you can't link it.
The energy sector.
No, you can't link it. You cannot link it. It's a continuation of policy.
Lennox?
Well, except that the recovery plan was just routine in the sense that it just stated the obvious. We'll have to do something for agriculture, you have to do something for manufacturing, you have to do something for this sector, and the other sector, and so on, without any real qualitative changes. Yeah, qualitative changes here and there and so on. But what was missing is, how does it reach out to the people? How is it evolving the people, and so on? You have time? You have more time now? Yes.
No, in fact, I think what we'll do, let's take the break for the NLCB draws and we'll come back to this, because this is a big issue that we need to explore much more fully. So we'll be right back.
TTT News nightly at 6:30 p.m. TTT News. Connect.
Welcome to this evening's Playway Pick 2, Pick 4 and Cashpot Draw, supervised by independent auditors KPMG and presided over by the National Lotteries Control Board. Good luck, everyone.
Good evening. It's Monday, 10th August 2020. Welcome to the 7 p.m. drawing of the Playway Pick 2, Pick 4 and Cashpot numbers, as well as our Cashpot Multiplier Show Call promotion. First, we'll draw this evening's Playway number. The winning number is 34. The lucky mark is Blind Man. That number again is 34. It's time to create your own Mega Mix where you can get your best value for $1. Our Mega Mix machine is loaded with 9 white balls, a Mega Ball, a Mega Ultra Ball, and Mega Extreme Ball. If a white ball calls, you win the base amount of $26 for every $1 played on the winning mark. If the Mega Ball calls, you win an additional $85 for every $1 played. If the Mega Ultra Ball calls, you win an additional $110 for every $1 played. And if the Mega Extreme Ball calls, you can win more, an additional $130 for every $1 played. The Playway Mega Mix is your best bet for value. Players, the Playway number 34 Blind Man is called with all 3 white balls. Keep on playing. You've won the base payout of $26 for every $1 played. Remember, you can play 1, 2 or all 3 Mega Mix options for only $1. Players, spend less time in the line and play your lucky marks using the new and improved Playway bet slip. It's easier to read, and you can now play 1, 2 or all 3 Mega Mix options in the same panel. Learn how to use the Playway bet slips at all lottery centers nationwide. And now we'll draw this evening's Pick 2 numbers. First Pick 2 number is 27. That number again is 27. And the second Pick 2 number is 16. That number again is 16. This evening's Pick 2 numbers are 27 and 16 in that order. And now for our Pick 2 Mega Mania draw. This evening we start with the Mega Ball and 2 white balls. If the white ball calls, there'll be no extra payout. However, when the Pick 2 Mega Ball calls, players who wagered an extra $5 minimum on the Mega Ball will win the base payout of $2,000 plus a new additional mega prize of $6,000 if they matched 2 numbers in the correct order. Players, the white ball is called. Keep on playing the Pick 2 Mega Mania for even more money. And now let's draw the winning numbers for this evening's Pick 4 draw. The first Pick 4 number is 0. That number again is 0. The second Pick 4 number is 0. That number again is 0. The third Pick 4 number is 1. That number again is 1. And the fourth and final Pick 4 number is 4. That number again is 4. I'll repeat. This evening's winning Pick 4 numbers are 0, 0, 1, and 4 in that order. And now for our Cashpot draw. Let's see what today's multiplier is. Good luck. And the multiplier is 3. That number again is 3. So let's draw the 5 lucky numbers for today's jackpot of an estimated $146,700. First number is 20. The second is 4. The third is 12. The fourth is 10. And the fifth and final number is 6. Our cashpot numbers again in any order are 20, 4, 12, 10 and 6, and the multiply is 3. Congratulations to all our Playway, Pick 2, Pick 4 and Cashpot winners. And now for some online news. No one chose Saturday's winning Lotto Plus numbers, so the jackpot is rolled, and Wednesday's jackpot is now an estimated $8 million. And last week, 35 lucky players won Cashpot jackpots. Congratulations to all you Cashpot winners. The NLCB cares about your health and safety. Please play it safe, wear a mask when conducting business at all our lottery centers, and remember to follow these COVID-19 guidelines. Scratch, match, and win with the Scratch game Set for Life. Win $10,000 per month for 20 years. Tickets cost only $20 with 20 chances per ticket. Play Set for Life today. Thanks for viewing, and join us tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. for another Playway, Pick 2 and Pick 4 draw.
When pain feels this tough, choose Panadol Ultra. Fights 5 types of tough pain, including migraine headache. Panadol Ultra. When pain is gone, life takes its place.
Welcome back to Election 2020, You Decide. I'm Wesley Gibbings, together with Christine Sahadeo, Lennox Ankersing, Nigel Henry and Conrad Enel. But we have election results that have come in, so we're going to go straight to Video Ramphal. Video, what do you have for us?
Yes, thanks, Wesley. Well, the first set of results are coming to us from Tabakit. This is a seat that is controlled by the UNC, and this seat, Surajratan Rambachan would have polled over 12,800 votes the last time around, almost double that of the PNM candidate. Well, here's what the results are. And the results are so far: Anita Haynes, 115 for the UNC, the PNM candidate Michael Seals, 43 votes, and Carl Henry of the PAP, 6 votes. This is just one polling station that has come in, and it is the first one for the evening.
Thank you very much for that video. Well, I mean, there isn't much we can say or do about that. So I think that as more figures come in, we'll be able to
say that it's a relatively safe UNC seat.
Yes.
So I think everybody knows that. Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I mean, it would have been good to know the polling station and to maybe to make a comparison. And I know Vidya has that information, so we can go back to Vidya a little while later, so you can make some of those comparisons. But before we went to the break and we got that result, we were talking about the framing of election issues and the programs presented almost as if from tomorrow, effective tomorrow, there's no more pandemic. So we're going to fix the energy sector by doing this. We're going to fix education by doing Y, and so on. But there appeared to have been a difference, an absence of that perspective. Christine, how would you have approached it? If you accept my position on that.
Well, I think the question that you're already putting to the team here is that in light of we have a pandemic which seems to be is not going away, how really the successful party government, the government that comes into being, how are they going to deal with it? And the manifesto tries to really give the citizenry, this is our plan in moving forward. So if we were to look at the manifesto and take a few minutes to look at the PNM, the main parties, the two main parties, really is what are their plans in moving forward. And this is really generally how you sell. Part of your selling of an election is your performance in the past and what you're going to be doing in the future.
But have you noticed anything different, anything qualitatively different in their approach? I mean, in looking at previous elections and so on?
Well, I think in moving forward, I think we saw, for example, in the People's National Movement Manifesto, a lot more emphasis is being placed on diversification, recognizing.
Well, that's routine.
I know, routine, but now entrepreneurship.
So much,
I know, but we have been repeating these things every year.
That's the
and
point.
I think the problem really is, are we going to prioritize certain areas, and how much focus are we going to place in getting these things? You know, let's be honest, the world has changed.
Well, that's routine. I mean, give me one example of something that is really different that they're going to do. I mean, qualitatively different in housing. Let's take people's issues, local government. Let me give you a classic example. The administration did very well in controlling the COVID situation. They came out very strong at the beginning. They took control, total control, and they set out the situation. This is what we have, and this is what we're going to do. And everybody admired that, right? But at the end of the day, it was 4 or 5 people on top all the time. Reaching out there to the people, you have to link up meaningfully with the communities or the local government bodies. They were never involved at all. At some stage, look at the rum shops and them, the bar association. Overnight, it appeared the former bar association so they could get out to their members. But nobody on top there was looking at the situation in terms of reaching out to the people generally. Let me give an example. You could count in the whole 4 or 5 months this COVID thing in existence, you could count on the fingers of both hands perhaps the number of times the people were actually involved. The first time was sometime in March where the mayor of Arima, the lady who fought, what's her name again?
Lisa Morris.
Miss Morris said. The first time when she complained that the people in Arima were stealing the sanitizers in the market. Well, if the people stealing the sanitizers in the Arima market, get the Arima Vendors Association involved and spread the responsibility and establish a linkage.
Wasn't there also sort of absence at the personal level of people in their families and in their neighborhoods accepting a level of personal responsibility?
Right.
Quite apart from the sectors and the representative
that is what you
groups.
have to promote. You have to link up with the population and say, people, get on board. This is how you get on board. Link up with local government bodies, link up with your communities. There's no linkage between the police stations and communities, for instance.
Yeah. No. That's a point. Conrad, what's your take on this point?
I think it's a wrong question that you're addressing. If you understand what is taking place, and you need to understand what is taking place before you place the question. What we have basically been trying to do over the last couple of years is basically to hold what we have, in circumstances where under normal conditions, it should have been wiped out. If you look at what has happened with our revenue stream, let me start there. The revenue stream has disappeared. And as we look at energy going forward, we've noticed some fundamental shifts which will render us in the future at risk if we don't do certain things. What are the things that we have to do? The manifestos are supposed to address those things, and I think in some measure they've tried to do so. But I think the questions that we have to ask is, given what we had to go through, was the damage that you see fatal? And I think the answer is no. I think that in spite of the difficulty we found ourselves in, we were able to hold the center.
Right.
But because we were an important point. Yeah. No, I like that.
Yeah, and because we were able to hold the center.
Yes.
We could grow from there.
Right. Yes. Yeah, but then that's the issue now of, so what next?
Having healthy center.
I want to bring Nigel into the picture now. Nigel, your views on this? The pandemic perspective on development. Okay, we seem to have lost Nigel's audio.
But I think
yes, can you hear me?
parties did deal with
okay, we have him now.
Total transformation.
Yes, Nigel.
Yes, well, I will always go back to the to public opinion and the voters' views on it, because that's my thing. And we see a a certain segment of the population is interested in issues, but a lot of people want to just focus on performance. So not necessarily the nitty-gritty on exactly how are you going to diversify, or exactly how are you going to stimulate the economy, or when and what's the threshold to borrow from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. That's less important to a lot of voters. A slight majority actually think it's more important to look at how effective are you at rolling out the programs that you promise, or that you attempt, as opposed to the nuances about all these different policy decisions that parties make.
Yeah, Lennox. Lennox has that expression in his face.
Well, you see, okay. So what he's saying essentially is, you have these programs. How do you roll them out, and how can you get the attention of the population? They simply be interested in certain things, but not in everything, right? And obviously, you're talking about the people up there who are all part of the society, and your duty is to really link up with them. Find avenues to link meaningfully with the population. And you can't at the end of the day say, well, some people are interested in this and so on. Everything you do, you must link with the population if you really want to move the society. Listen, the essence of all development is people. You could have all the money, all the programs in the world and so on, build all the bridges and build all the roads and so on. But if at the end of the day, the people are not involved in the process, your society is going nowhere. Development is development of people, and that can only be done in one way, by being involved in decisions that affect their basic needs. If you walk down Frederick Street tomorrow morning and ask the first 10 people form overnight, because nobody thought about linking up with the barkeepers and so in a meaningful way to tell them, fellas, when the fellas come to drink, make sure they stay apart and so on. And where I live in Couva, about 5 or 6 bars I pass every night going home, right?
I hope you don't drop into.
No, I don't. But when I look at the bars, I see all them fellas, they're on the table drinking, and Spanish people and things drinking, and everybody and so on. And they're so close, the bar owner will not come and tell them, hey, stand apart and so on. But
there's something a little bit that is not in concern with how I see this thing, because this is something that requires a very high level of personal responsibility.
True.
Of people paying attention. Speaking of paying attention, we have to pay attention to Vidya Ramphal now, because he has some results for us. Vidya, what do you have for us?
And well, we do have some more results for you, Wesley, and this time it comes from San Fernando East. Just to remind you, the last time around, the PNM would have won this one overwhelmingly with Randall Mitchell. This time around, the Manning name returning, Brian Manning, 175 votes, and Monifa Russell Andrews of the UNC, 17 votes, just one polling station in, and Brian Manning hoping to return the San Fernando East seat to the PNM under the Manning name. So the results starting to come in, Wesley. Sure, you'll be hearing more from me later on.
Thanks for that video. Again, as reported earlier on the Tobago, now we have San Fernando East. By and large, seats that wouldn't pose too much of an issue, except perhaps back in 1986 where things became...
No, we don't have that.
But I was involved in that.
Yes, I know that. But, I mean, sticking on this point, Christy, to what extent do people need to... Okay, Lennox's point is fine. You absolutely need those in authority and those in control and those with information to form really symbiotic relations with regular, average, everyday people. But isn't there an onus on individuals, given even the most basic information? Lennox talks about the bars and the behavior of people at the bars and so on. These are adults. Have they heard, even if there wasn't a big public education or public awareness campaign, didn't they not hear, they're not reading the newspaper, they're not looking at the news, they're not hearing these things?
Well, I think we have been saying the same thing over and over. And the main thing is we need to be responsible citizens in the first instance. We all need to be. But I think complacency set in because we believe we did such a good job, we don't need to worry. We had just 8 deaths. We had a very low spread, literally none. And I think we got so comfortable among ourselves So we as citizens have to accept responsibility and recognize at the end of the day our lives matter. Coming back to what Lennox said earlier, this is why you also have members of parliament to represent the people, and the members of parliament should meet, and then you have various groups. You have the TTMA, the chambers, etc., etc. And I think we have seen some regular engagement with the various bodies, and I think that is important to continue working with them and get their feedback. And the question is really how much of it is implemented or how much of it is really acted upon.
Okay, and well, we have our folks out in the field, and let's check back in now with Ian Wason, who is in the constituency of Barataria-Sao. And our roving reporter, Sunil, is another on the political count. But let's go to Ian.
Yes, I'm at the Barataria San Juan constituency office of the PNM candidate, Jason Williams. Now, it's still a bit slow. Things are not really kick-started here just as yet. I am upstairs in the media room, you can call it the media room, but downstairs and the engine room, which we would call it the engine room, I was there just for about a short while, and the numbers were now starting to come in. But they wanted a closed door meeting just before they allowed us to get downstairs. So in a short while, later in the evening, we will be able to get some more information from the engine room. But it's slow upstairs here. Things are now starting to come to life.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Ian. We're going to be coming back to you soon for certain. Now, we also have Sunil Lalan. I have no idea where he is because he is truly roving. Is Sunil? Sunil, where are you now? What's your location?
Yeah, testing 1 1 2.
Yes, Sunil, you're on, and I see the COP logo in the back. So I'm assuming you are the COP headquarters.
Hi, good evening. We are coming to you live from the COP's headquarters in St. Augustine. It's obliquely opposite the Massey stores in St. Augustine, just across south of the priority bus route. And I'm joined here today with the COP political leader, Carolyn Sivasad-Bechan. She is the political leader of the COP, and she's also going up for the St. Augustine seat alongside the UNC's Khadija Amin and the PNM's Renuka Sagram Singh. Ms. Sivasad-Bechan, how confident are you going into this election?
Well, you know, this election did have its challenges. We live in different times, and we will always have those challenges going forward. But we are quite happy the way we handled our campaign. We fought a very good campaign in terms of trying to educate the population, in terms of strengthening parliamentary democracy. And I'm happy that my constituents here in St. Augustine understood the need for the independent voice in the parliament to give us greater accountability and transparency in governance. Along with the other candidates that went up for COP, we are happy the way we educated the people, the citizens, about citizen engagement and how they can become involved in governance, and the conscience vote, which is the conscience of the people, true representation of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I think they were very happy to learn this. We have outlined a formula, and the education of it, they now see the importance of it. So regardless of the outcome of these elections, we know we have started a movement of change that will start demanding a better, stronger parliament, a stronger democracy for Trinidad and Tobago as we move forward, a one which will involve more citizens through the citizen engagement process, and that citizens themselves can become part of the governance of Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm happy and I'm humbled that the constituents of St. Augustine actually listened to me, shared their views in terms of the plans for development for St. Augustine, and that we actually shared that sort of collaboration throughout the entire campaign.
Ms. Sivasad-Bechan, where do you see the COP in the next 5 years, depending on what happens tonight?
Well, depending on what happens this evening, and I don't think it depends only on what happens this evening. I think what we have heard a lot on the ground going forward is that people want to see the COP continue to grow. And we get a lot of assurances that regardless of the outcome of this evening, that we must continue to grow, to make that change, to be part of the progress of Trinidad and Tobago, and to be part of the education of the citizens of this country.
Well, there you had it, the COP leader, Carolyn Sibasal-Bachan. We will continue to bring you live updates from the COP's headquarters and the ILP as we bring you the latest in election 2020.
Thanks very much for that, Sunil, from the COP headquarters in St. Augustine. And we go straight to Vidya for an update. Vidya,
Thank
what
you.
you have for us?
Thank you, Wesley. Well, two updates here from two seats won by the UNC in 2015. Let's start off with Caroni Central, which was won by Bernadette Tiwari convincingly in the last election by over 5,000 votes. The PNM's Riyadh Ali has 73 votes in this, one of the polling divisions. Arnold Ram of the UNC, 280 votes, and the PEP's Lauren Lucien, 40 votes in Caroni Central. That's just, of course, one polling division. Then in Tabaquite, a further update here, and some more polling divisions added. And Michael Seals of the PNM 282, Anita Haynes is starting to open up a little bit of a lead here. Not altogether unexpected in Tabaquite. Anita Haynes 962, and Carl Henry of the PEP 31 votes. So pretty much on par in these two seats, Wesley.
Thanks for that video. Well, as we said, running true to form, more or less.
Yes.
True to form.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's come back to this question about programs and the messaging, the political messaging. To me, appear to be a bit curious, because you have the issue that we're trying to flesh out here, which is the background to all of this, which is that we're in the middle of a pandemic. But then you also need programs, plans and programs that are very clear, that are innovative, that are taking us several steps forward from what we've been discussing for the past X number of years. Lennox thinks it's a cut and paste job.
The key point here is that, and the major problem is that how Christine spoke about at length, the people appear not to be taking responsibility for their behavior and so on. And how can we address that? I mean, that's a major problem in the society. How do we address it? Well, I have some ideas, but I'd like to hear the others, you know.
Yeah, no, but on a related point, because I talk about political messaging, we have a package from Stacey and Providence, again, which looks at some of the utterances from the platform. And you somehow sometimes needed to ask the question, are these issues being discussed at that level? Because what we're hearing from the platform did not appear to always be in tandem with that. So let's take in this report from Stacey.
Political faux pas and slips of the tongue seem to be just as likely when campaigning in times of COVID-19. The game of one-man upship in the he said, she said, while entertaining for some, raised the ire of others. Election 2020 saw some cases of these platform events, some not worth repeating, others whose words seemed not geared towards general audiences. And then you had the peacock and revelations of political mischief. From secret meetings,
I decided to disregard Mr. Manning's request, and I agreed to meet secretly with Dr. Keith Rowley in West Moorings at the home of Kenny De Silva. We met there every Tuesday for almost 3 months. We met there to strategize and to plan for the PNM victory in 2015.
To confusing statements of introduction.
Good afternoon, colleagues, friends, and welcome. I will ask myself some questions and then answer them.
And outright accusations of bad behavior.
And of course, at Wassa, there was so much on a rampage at Wassa that when they discovered that this government was serious about fighting white-collar crime, they burned down Wassa twice.
And then there were those comments that had the populace questioning, was that just a slip of the tongue?
Because tomorrow I shall be with Young Saddam in the constituency of Barataria, San Juan. On a motorcade, I will call on the candidate for the marginal seat of St. Joseph Tableland. St. Joseph, a Mixma Poto, talking about Moruga.
Or was it intentional?
And in fact, the black man on the other side talked about kindergarten.
And some political statements even inspired musical creativity.
Sunlight will kill COVID. Sunlight will kill COVID. Sunlight will kill COVID. Sunlight will
Morris Music.
Sunlight will kill COVID. Sunlight will kill COVID. Sunlight. And I repeat again. Sunlight will kill COVID. Sunlight will kill COVID. Sunlight. And I repeat again.
Stacey Ann Providence.
Thanks a lot, Stacey Ann. Well, a little bit of silliness within the dead seriousness of the situation. But we have an update from Vidya. So, Vidya, what you offer us?
Well, of course, the updates coming up, I understand, is from Princestown. So let's take in that particular update at this time. And here's the first set of results coming out from Princestown. Sharon Babulal of the PNM there, 353. Barry Padarath, 880, and no votes yet for Kim Young Lau in Princestown. Barry Padarath would have won this seat by over 6,000 votes the last time round. Now, in Mayaro, this one, Sankar Bunny Mahabir Singh, Bunny, of course, his nickname, 59 votes. Rushton Pare, who is looking for re-election here, he has 123 votes, and Sterling Liha, that's 3 votes. Rushton Pare would have won this seat by over 2,800 votes in the last election. So some big fights on there, and the PNM looking to take back Mayaro. Rushton Pare holding firm for the moment.
Thanks for that video. And we will go immediately to Barataria Sawa, where we have a report, an interview with the candidate, Jason Williams.
Yeah, so I'm here at the Barataria Sangwon with the candidate, Jason Williams. And of course, we just got some thoughts coming from him with regards to his confidence in the race this evening. So how are you feeling this afternoon?
First and foremost, good evening to all the TTT viewers. You know, that's where it all started, you know, back in 1998. I feel good. I feel good. I'm at peace. I said it earlier, and I kept on saying it all day. All you could ever do in life is put your best foot forward, and not only myself in terms of that mandate, I could safely say that the campaign team, the councillors, and everybody who was part of this journey. I mean, the work ethic, it's tremendous. People were here since 4 a.m. Some people never even went home. Where Jamak? This man here, this man pushing a full 48 hours. Look at Jamak face. Watch that face. This man hasn't sleep yet. So, we think, Jamak. Yeah, man. Yes, man. So, I mean, that is literally the kind of commitment. And as you can see, Jamak, a young man, I had a lot of young people on the campaign. So, we were able to tap into that youthful energy, enthusiasm, optimism. And so far, from what we're hearing downstairs in the engine room, but feeling good. And we all feeling good. So it's a quiet optimism at this point in time until we get the official word.
I know you would have done a lot of work during the campaign on the campaign trail. And of course, what would you say with regards to the turnout today?
So far, we're actually looking at some of the numbers, and we could recognize that a lot of young people engage the process this time around. They are the ones that for years felt a bit disconnected, and I'm happy, you know, I was able to energize them. You know, I was relatable. I was able to have some nice conversations. Not obviously everyone, in terms of the youth would have turned out today, but way more, it seems like, compared to the years gone by. So I'm happy for that. And again, you know, we await the results. I mean, the team, you notice, it's kind of quiet. And we, of course, making sure that we observe the COVID protocol. So we're making sure that the numbers are very small and we kind of spacing ourselves out. So we're just holding on. We have people outside, people downstairs in the engine room, and we upstairs in the office area. And we're just holding on, eating on some cheese puffs and sipping water. Standing by, we're hoping that the campaign room could turn into the champagne room.
Thank you so much. And of course, we'll be chatting with you as the night go along.
Yeah.
We'll chat with you a bit more as we get the numbers coming in.
For sure.
So that was here at the Barataria San Juan Constituency office. We just spoke with the candidate, Jason Williams. And of course, we'll be here all evening as we continue to count the numbers.
Thank you very much for that, Ian. And I want to just remind our audience that if you need to move away from your TV sets, you can stay tuned in on Talk City 91.1 FM and join the discussion online by visiting the TTT Live online YouTube page. You can leave your comments there, and I will try to get some of them, and perhaps we can get a panel to respond. And if you're on Facebook, you can tune into our parallel broadcast with Ainka Williams, Generation TNT. She will be focusing on the youth perspective on the general election. So there'll be more when we come back in a short while.
Join me, Nicole Larson, live for Jumpstart, your morning boost, a recharge, topical, informative, interactive, entertaining, inspiring. 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. weekdays on Talk City 91.1 FM. Jumpstart, an enlightening way to start your day.
I remember Derek Walcott, when he was accepting his award, says, "I am not a phenomenon. I simply come from a region that produces artists." And we must understand this about ourselves. There are artists everywhere, but they don't have the opportunities. And this is what we're trying to do, to produce opportunities for artists to reach that fulfillment of their spiritual leanings, Television only arrived in this country in 1962. And I don't know who came up with the idea of Player of the Month and so on. And I've been in a couple of Player of the Month things. I was in a whole series of Who the Cap Fit. It was a lovely experience. My name is Albert Laveau. I am the director of the Trinidad Theatre Workshop, and I believe that our stories start right here on TTT.
Welcome back to Election 2020, You Decide. I am Wesley Gibbings, together with Nigel Henry, Conrad Enel, Lennox Sankasing, and Christine Sahadeo, and also with Vidya Ramphal, who is keeping an eye on the scores. So Vidya, I heard you have some information coming out of Princestown and Naparima.
Yes, that's right. Princestown and Naparima taking the focus right now. Let's go to Princestown first of all, where we saw a lead earlier for Barry Padarath, and this has in fact increased over 500 now. He's over the 1,000 mark ahead of Sharon Babulal. And finally on the board, Kim Young Lau of the PEP. He's on to 17 votes. Let's go across to Naparima now. This is the first look at Naparima for the night, and not unfamiliar figures here. Rodney Charles, 1,457 votes, and Randy Sinanan of the PNM, 243. Well, the last time around in Naparima, Rodney Charles would have won this seat by over 9,000 votes. He got 82.5% of the votes compared to 17% for the PNM. So Naparima very much on the cards there. So let's send it back to Wesley. Well, in fact, here's some more figures here from Chaguanas East. They're coming in very fast. And this one, the first look at one of the marginal seats, Vandana Mohit of the UNC, 177. And Clarence Rambarat, who would have campaigned in Mayaro the last time around, he's on the board with 61. Matthew Gibbs of the PEP yet to get any votes. And Shiraz Khan, the independent candidate, he is getting 2 votes there. So, and Toko Manzanilla, we're getting a look at this one. Komoto Manzanilla, in fact, for the first time. Dr. Rai Ragbir, 1,116 votes. And Ronnie Lochan of the PNM, 467, not on the board yet. Anthony Henry of the PEP and Christopher Matura. So those are the first look at the figures from Komoto Manzanilla, another seat which was controlled by the UNC in the last election. That's what we have for you right now, Wesley.
Thank you very much for that video. Nigel, if you're with us, what can you make of the figures so far? I know it's very, very early days.
Well, everything that was announced so far in the air there is seats that are in one camp or the other. I'm liaising with my contacts out in the field, and I'm seeing, for example, in Tobago East. So I'm looking at marginal seats. I'm seeing, for example, in Tobago East, we have Mr. Duke is out on a lead, 397 to 352 over Yana Webster Roy. This is very interesting. It's a small lead, but it's consistent. It's consistent polling division by polling division. We've had 5 in so far, and we have Mr. Duke winning anywhere between 5 and 15 in each of those 5 polling divisions. And these are polling divisions that the PNM would have won by 30 and 40. So but this is so far these 5 polling divisions come in the local government, the THA district where Mr. Duke represents, which is just one of the 6 districts that make up Tobago East. So I'm looking to see what happens in the other 5 districts. But so far, it's not looking good for the PNM in Tobago. I also have some data from Tunapuna, where in Tunapuna, I just have my contact has just given me 1 polling division. So far, the polling division is one that the UNC would have won 136 votes to 77 votes back when they lost the seat in 2015. They did win that polling division, but by a lower margin. So the UNC does not seem, well, it's just 1 polling division, but we'll see what happens there. I'm also getting information in San Fernando West. And San Fernando West, we have the PNM up in a 2-to-1 lead, 643 to 343 in San Fernando West. That's in a variety of polling divisions over there. I haven't had time to dissect it out as yet, but it's in a combination
we're going to come
of
back to you for some of those interesting developments. But we have Crystal Wilson, who is at PNM headquarters now. Crystal?
Good evening and welcome back to Balize House, the home of the People's National Movement. Not much has changed on this end. Things are still being set up here. As I mentioned earlier, there are 3 large music trucks behind us, and the entire Tranquility Street has been blocked off, which is just outside of Balize House. There's still no candidates, and only a handful of supporters have gathered. Members of the media are here as well, and there is also a significant police presence. My guess is that either it's way too early to tell, or that most supporters have in fact heeded the call of their political leader to remain at home, where it is safe to see how the election unfolds. And that's the latest update for now. For TTT News, I am Crystal Wilson.
Thanks for that, Crystal. And let's go straight to DK Rasta, who is at UNC headquarters. DK, what do you have first?
Thank you, Wesley. Yes, we are still here at the UNC elections headquarters. Now, Vidya, allow me to steal some of your thunder as we look to the board that is being populated. There was recently an outcry from the members who are here at this point in time, looking at the results of San Fernando West, where we see the PNM has 133 votes to the UNC's 209. That would be Faris Al-Rawi versus Sean Sobers, respectively. We've also seen the constituency of Princestown. We have a lot of results coming in for that thus far. And we see PNM has 1,107 votes versus the UNC's 2,189. And the PEP has been tallying 46 thus far. And Barry Padarath is the candidate for the UNC. I know Princestown would not necessarily have been one of the marginal votes, but at the same time it is a constituency that is being looked at for the election intrigue concerning the candidate for the United National Congress, whether or not he would have submitted correct papers, and the candidate for the PNM actually submitting or saying that they would take this further. They did not win outright in the polls. But we continue from the United National Congress election headquarters when we return. But right now, it's over to you, Wesley.
Thank you very much for that, DK. And I want us to go back to Nigel, because Nigel, you're hearing those figures?
I'm keeping up with those figures, correct?
Yes. Yes, well,
yes,
Nigel
I did get those figures, yes.
Yes, Nigel. Okay. Okay. Conrad, what are your feedback on what you're hearing so far?
At this point in time? Business as usual.
Early days.
Yeah, absolutely.
Except for Tobago East.
Yeah, the Tobago East thing is...
but the Tobago East thing is basically where he gets his support. So you'd expect that.
So we're really waiting on those 5 other districts, which will tell a story.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right. It's
what we took the liberty of doing is, you know, in the run-up to the day and the election counting, TTT news crew had a look at some of the so-called marginal constituencies, and you know, chief among them, one of the main ones would have been Barataria-Sawa. So perhaps we can have a look at that clip now, and then we'll come back and get some more results. And so we're going to come to that in a little while. But what's identified: Barataria-Sawa, Moruga Tableland, St. Joseph, and described as marginal because of the number of times it's changed hands. Point-a-Pierre, which I think sort of ranks up there among those constituencies
not quite, I would
that you've had.
not quite.
But let's look at Barataria-Sawa for the time being.
The race to win Barataria San Juan is being fought by the youth, with the United National Congress Saddam Hussein and the People's National Movement's Jason Williams, both candidates as senators and new faces to the constituency. They have been campaigning assiduously, pledging their respective visions for the people of Barataria San Juan. Barataria San Juan has changed hands on many occasions, especially since 1992, when the PNM's Dr. Linda Babulal, now passed, won the seat. 5 years later, in 1995, Dr. Fuad Khan won the seat for the UNCA, and years later the seat went back red, with Joseph Ross winning the seat in 2007. Thus, for residents of Barataria San Juan, they have been plagued with incompleted infrastructural projects, as every MP who ever won the seat implemented their own plans. One business owner said in 2020, drainage and roadworks continues to be an issue.
About 5 years and more passed, and up to now, if you could, probably the cameraman could put it on the drain, you will realize that up to now it hasn't been fixed. That is one of the great concern that we have here, the problem with the drain. That is my major concern. But other than that, business, all right, we don't have like bandits or so and so, which I guess maybe because of the police presence a lot, so we don't have those kind of things. Yeah.
A fish vendor echoed similar sentiments, but said employment, especially for the youth, is almost non-existent.
The main problem is unemployment, and the second problem is crime in this country. And the most important is find the roads, the drains has been dirty, and Sawa especially I find is not so clean. There's garbage all over.
A known community activist who has been a resident of the constituency for over 40 years said not much has changed, and the people, specifically the youth, feel disenchanted and just as stagnated as the infrastructural work.
The helping young people or showing the way to young people, I think we have been stagnated. A lot needs to be done in that area.
However, Mr. Smith is hopeful that with the young candidates on both sides, greater opportunities can be afforded to the youth of Barataria San Juan.
They need facilities, not only for sporting, but also for cultural and for the academic side with respect to like trade and things like this. We don't have very much in that area in the community with respect to like offering young people an alternative if they not properly well educated, but they need something to do. We don't have that alternative in the community.
Outgoing MP Dr. Fuad Khan won the seat for UNC in 2015 by 550 votes, beating out the PNM's Hafiz Ali. Charlene Lewis, TTT News.
Thanks for that report, Charlene. And there you have it, Barataria Sawa. Marginal in the truest sense of the word, the statistical sense of the word at least. But there are certain other constituencies that are, Tunapuna is considered to be hot. And because of that, I'm excited to hear what Vidya Ramphal has for us from Tunapuna, and he also has results from San Fernando East and San Fernando West. So Vidya, over to you.
Yeah, that's right, Wesley. As for Tunapuna, which was won by Esmond Ford by over 3,600 votes the last time around, here's what's happening. These are the first set of constituencies. He's in the lead already, 265 votes ahead of David Nackett, the UNC candidate, not on the board yet. The other two candidates, Maurice Downs and Marcus Ramkisoon. Let's head down south to find out how the two San Fernando seats are going. And San Fernando East, early indications here. Could there be another Manning in Parliament? Brian Manning, 904 against Monifa Russell Andrews, 188. Still early days yet in San Fernando East. What about San Fernando West? We heard some interesting figures earlier from Nigel Henry. And here's what we have. Faris Al-Rawi, 133 votes. Sean Sobers, 209, a very small lead. And the other three candidates yet to register, that's Benison Jagesa, Nikolai Edwards, and Valmiki Ramsingh. Those are the five candidates contesting San Fernando West. So that's the situation in those three seats. We'll have some more updates coming up.
Thanks for that video. Conrad, there's this notion of, we started discussing the marginal seats.
Yep.
What's your take on this thing about marginal seats? How would you interpret what would be a marginal seat if you subscribe to that view?
Well, a marginal seat would be one in which either party would have won it by a majority of about 1%. And therefore it means that influence and a number of other variables could influence the outcomes. It means that for whatever the reasons are, a majority is solid majority, has not been convinced one way or the other. And therefore, elections are really fought on the basis of marginal constituencies. Whenever you run campaigns, you focus on your marginals and make sure you deal with them in a particular way. Usually what we find is that in marginal constituencies, the portion of individuals who are concerned with issues, who are concerned with the future, who are concerned with what the policies are, how the policies are going to be dealt with, implementation issues, governance issues, they're the ones that make a difference.
The so-called swing vote.
They're the ones that make the difference.
Lennox?
Well, there are about 8 to 10 marginal constituencies that we could identify. But each one will have a distinct difference. For instance, St. Joseph, the issues that will influence the thinking of the sector that will shift and so on will be different to like Moruga Tableland, where the issues will be very, very different and so on. So to work these constituencies require a lot of skill, a lot of political skill, and how to get that information across the people who will make that swing. So that's where the politics really lie.
So Christine, is just a matter of numerical
No, it's not numerical at all. It's really taking time to understand the constituency, analyzing the data, how they voted, and really how do you deal with those constituents, or we call it a swing vote. But really, how can you make a difference? How can you persuade what you need to do? Because you're really looking at a 50-50 situation. And you have those few voters who are going to make the difference. But overall, this is what elections is all about, really, making sure how you reach out to the people and convince them how you are going to, what are you being transparent, what policies you are going to implement, and implement them. So really, it is we have a more sophisticated population. Let's be honest. We now understand the importance of social media, which has a huge influence on outcomes. And all of these have to be taken into consideration in moving forward. It's no longer I talk to you and you talk back to me. There are so many other media by which we communicate with the electorate.
Nigel, what definition do you apply to the notion of a marginal seat?
So I look less about marginal and I look in terms of swing, right? I'm interested in which constituencies swing from one way to another. Marginal, as one of the panelists would have said earlier, has to do with how close it is in a particular election. And we have those kinds of seats. We have Barataria Sawo, which has like a very strong UNC presence in Arangwes, and then a very strong PNM presence, like in Pitibou and Mount Lambert and so on. So it's always very, very close. But then you have certain other constituencies where you have a lot of swing, like San Fernando West, where you have Laser 4, you have Marabella and Vista Bella and so on. Places in these constituencies which tends to provide a lot of swing. In Tunapuna, you have your strongholds, but you also have places like Santa Margarita, Fidelis Heights, and so on, which would cause these constituencies to swing from one side to another. So that's what I tend to look at a little bit more than looking at straight, how many votes did this constituency win by previously.
Yeah, Nigel, Lennox spoke about 8 or 9 constituencies that he sees in that range. How do you see it? Is it a much? There is an argument that it's really quite a smaller number of constituencies you can consider swing, given what you have just described it.
Yeah, I mean, so I look at a fairly small number. So based on the polling, we had both myself and my colleague Louis Bertrand had the PNM ahead by about 5% plus or minus. So in an environment like that, you really only have a few seats that could potentially change hands. San Fernando West, as I would have mentioned, but you also have St. Joseph, Moruga, Tableland, Barataria, Sawo, maybe even Point-a-Pierre. And of course, you have Tobago, at least Tobago East, which we're seeing is looking to be quite a showdown tonight. And who knows what's actually even happening in Tobago West. Alahokita Talparo was a little bit close 5 years ago. When close, comparative speaking, right? The PNM won by 2,800 votes. That's less under the so-called threshold of 3,000. But there tends not to be a lot of swing in Lahokita Talparo.
Yeah, Conrad, the notion of the swing vote, how do you see it? How do you interpret that?
He's correct. It's really based on what is important to me at this point in time, and whether or not you are listening to me, and whether or not you have plans to deal with my issues, because elections really is a personal thing. It's based on how I value my benefit or my quality of life and those kind of my opportunities. And whoever resonates with me more are the persons that I will support.
So it's the formula that you have the hardcore, 1, 2, or 3 hardcore, and then you have another group of people who they can cleave to one or the other, or the swing take into account people from X gravitating towards Y.
So when you do campaign management, for example, one of the things you look at is how many people can you persuade that will give you the majority you're looking at. So you work it out mathematically. Now, one of the things that we recognize in Trinidad and Tobago is that the entire population does not participate in the electoral process. So I was listening to Lennox earlier on, he talks about engagement with the people and engagement with the people, and you also talk about messaging. The fact is that no matter what you do, some people are not going to hear you, and they're going to continue with their own view of the world because they're not involved in the process, they don't care about the process, and they have a different view. In those circumstances, therefore, you have to deal with those who are participating in your process, because they're the ones that will go out, they're the ones that will do what is required, and they're the ones that will put you in power. That opportunity is available to everybody. I don't know, for example, in Trinidad and Tobago, in the last 4 to 5 elections, we've had a voter turnout of greater than 70%. It means, therefore, that 1/3 of the population is disengaged in the process. But it is a very important process. And therefore, to me, one of the indications of success in our society has to be an increase in the participation in the in the democratic process. To me, that's a success.
But you know, you made a very important point here, which we have not discussed, voter turnout. But you know, Lloyd Best himself, you know, one interesting thing he said that's a constituency which we don't realize. They are making a statement too, because sometimes we want to say, is it lack of civic mindedness? Because on one hand, you are saying, I don't like how things are going, but if you don't vote, it means you are you really not contributing? Because by not voting, they are saying, I really cannot decide and nobody is really can influence me one way or the other. So the low voter turnout, I think, is something that needs to be studied, analyzed, and really why it is we continue to have such low voter turnout. Because really a party can win election if you have a higher voter turnout, and why it is we have such a large constituency not going out to vote for elections. It's going to be interesting to see in this pandemic what is going to be the voter turnout.
Absolutely.
I think that is going to be amazing, and I can't wait to see the results, because it's going to see is how in these times we're going to see the voter turnout. And I mean, that is going to be interesting. I'm not sure if Nigel has anything to add to that, because you know, in a year of a pandemic like this, are we going to see a better voter?
Christine, just one other point, and it's this. In some instances, you have clusters of support in certain areas. If your cluster comes out at 100%, that could influence the decision one way or the other. In some instances, your cluster will not support you because they vex with you. And their way of demonstrating that is basically not to be involved in the process. But they are there. And in many instances, if you find a formula to engage them, you will, in fact, get a different result.
Parties have tried to get that formula, and that is how party groups were formed. And that formula was really meant to make sure constituencies would have active party groups and ensure that party group will work and be connected and translate.
Is that how it works? There's another dimension here. If you look at previous elections, perhaps you can see that the highest ever turnout we have ever had in this country was in 1986. Right? Yeah, I mean, it far exceeded what happened before.
In the 80s or some 80 something percent, I think.
Probably, I can't recall right now. Yeah. But no, if you ask why was there such a huge turnout, it was because there was something there that the people really wanted to support. This country is always looking for the parties to work together, find a way for the people to work together, and that was a formula that they came up with, and it worked well. Of course, it broke up with Robinson, Pandey, and Humphrey had a fight in 2 years, and the whole thing broke. Right? And 91, you find one of the lowest turnouts, and then that is how it would go up and down, you know, depending on the popularity of the parties, what they can bring forward. Are they bringing something to attract the population and something meaningful? So when Kamala and them fought the elections in 2010, and they won 28 seats, right? It's because they came up with something that the people felt that they could believe in. All the parties coming together, NJAC, the other smaller parties, the MSJ, UNC, and that sort of thing. So they felt that, look, this is something that we really need, and we can support that.
But you find that even in 2010, I mean, it was 69%. So it wasn't much more than what happened in 2015. So we're going to go to a break now. When we come back, perhaps we can explore this a little bit more in terms of finding a formula for electoral success. Would you be able to label it like that? And we'll bring Nigel back into the discussion. So we're going to go to a break. Stay with us, please.
My job can get very hectic. Hours are long and sleep is a luxury. As an animator, I'm responsible for all the visual effects that you see on TV. It is very fulfilling seeing a concept materialize on the screen. And that's why I support TTT, and so should you, because on TTT, we live for local. I'm Lee Taylor, an animator at Triaxis Animation. Support TTT, because on TTT, we live for local.
Every day, I carry two things with me everywhere I go. Hand sanitizer, so that I can keep my hands clean, and a mask, so that I can protect myself and others from COVID-19. Today, WHO is launching our new Wear a Mask Challenge, and I'm urging you all to keep wearing a mask that covers your nose, mouth, and chin. Keep physical distancing, keep cleaning your hands, keep away from big crowds, and keep covering your mouth and nose when you cough. Do it all. We all need to play a role in breaking the chains of transmission and bringing this pandemic under control. By wearing a mask, you're not only protecting yourself, you're sending a message of solidarity and protecting other people, especially those most vulnerable to the virus. Whether you're wearing a medical mask as you care for someone that's sick, or wearing a 3-layered fabric mask as you use public transport, pick up groceries, or are in crowded areas. Show off your masks by joining the Wear a Mask Challenge. Take a photo or a video of yourself wearing a mask. Share it on your social media and nominate friends to do the mask challenge. We're the ones that can end this pandemic. So wear a mask, do it all, save lives.
Welcome back to Election 2020, You Decide. I'm Wesley Gibbings in studio with Christine Sahadeo, Lennox Sanker Singh, and Conrad Enel. And via Zoom, we have Nigel Henry. And we're going to go to UNC headquarters now, where DK Rasta is together with Rudy Indar Singh. DK, over to you.
Well, thank you, Wesley. We are here, yes, at the United National Congress election headquarters with none other than the candidate, the UNC's candidate for Couva South, Mr. Rudranath Indar Singh. So we say good evening, sir, and how are you doing this evening?
Pleasant good evening to you and your viewing audience, and of course we are very upbeat, taking into consideration that the United National Congress, under the leadership of Kamala Prasad Biswas, our political leader, executed a very brilliant campaign in the run-up to today's general election.
Now, we are at the election headquarters, and normally there would be more people in attendance. What was the call to people in terms of explaining the need for social distances or just observing safety protocols?
Well, I mean that it is too early to call. We are just getting some preliminary results, as you could see on the board, from the respective constituencies. I'm sure that it doesn't indicate in any particular clear-cut direction as it relates to the 41 constituencies, 39 in Trinidad and 2 in Tobago, but taking into consideration also the COVID-19 pandemic, the protocol, the issue of social distancing, the increases in cases within recent times, I think that there will be a cautious but an optimistic build-up to later in tonight as it relates to when we get a clearer picture in terms of what is emerging.
And speaking of optimism, what do you think are your chances for this evening?
Well, I think that the people have had the confidence in myself as their Member of Parliament for the last 2 terms. The screening committee of the United National Congress under the leadership of Kamala Prasad Bisasa provided another opportunity for me to provide that sense of representation in the constituency for another 5 years. And the PNM was really not an issue in the campaign in Couva South.
All right, so we want to thank you very much, Rudinath Indarsingh, and we want to thank you. We are reporting here from the UNC Election Center. For TTT News, I'm DK Roster.
Thank you very much for that, DK. And we go immediately to Vidya Ramphal, who has an update with some fresh results.
Thank you very much, Wesley. Well, a lot of updates to come your way. Let's start off our election. Let's see what's happening in Arima, I believe, first of all. And in the Arima seat, well, of course, just one polling division in here so far. Penelope Beckles, the PNM candidate, hoping to complete a 3rd win as MP. She is 139 ahead of Flora Singh, 65 votes there. 6 for Sharon Hernandez of the PEP and Nalini Dial. She has not received any votes yet. Let's move along here to Aruka Maloney and another one, just one polling division in here, and Camille Robinson Regis 139.48 over Sherry Ann David of the UNC. As we move swiftly along to Barataria San Juan, and this is one of the hotly contested seats. The UNC would have won this by 540 votes, so let's keep a close eye on this one. And there's a lead here for Saddam Hussein, a very slight lead over Jason Williams and Alberta Perdine of the PEP, just 17 votes. Moving on now past this marginal to one considered a safe seat for the UNC, and Arnold Ram has started to open up a lead here on Riyadh Ali. Still very early days here yet, with Lauren Lucien, 40 votes in Caroni Central. And Chaguanas East, this is another one of the marginals. Vandana Mohit, 177. Clarence Rambo at 61. So just 1 or 2 polling divisions in here. Matthew Gibbs still not on, and Shiraz Khan on 2. What about Chaguanas West? This was a seat that the UNC won overwhelmingly the last time, and the pattern already set in place here. Dinesh Rambali opening up something like a 1,400 vote lead already over Rakil Bisoon of the PNM, Rahman Ali, 11 votes in there. What about Couva North? And this is Ravi Ratiram. A lot of intrigue around his nomination, and he has 700 votes over Sharda Satram of the PNM, Rohini Devidine, 23, and Joel Ramdani of the COP, 7. What about Couva South, the man we just saw on the screen with DK? That's Rudranath Indarsingh, a small lead with just 1 polling division in over Rajendra Rampasad. Lindell Dulan yet to register a vote in Couva South. What about Komoto Manzanilla as we move on the east side? And Rai Ragbeer opening up a pretty hefty lead over Roni Lochan there. Anthony Henry, 17 votes, and Christopher Matura, just 2 votes in this particular seat. Now, the first look at Diego Martin and the Northeast, Colm Imbert. This one is going along a familiar path here for Mr. Imbert, 1,439 votes. Eli Zakur, 353. Philip Alexander, a lot of talk about him. He predicted quite a lot of seats. He is off to a slow start here, 68. Lonsdale Williams, 12 for the COP. And Myron Bruce, the former extempo champion, 29 votes there. What about Diego Martin West, and the only candidate, they say, in Trinidad and Tobago who does not have a prime minister to complain to? Dr. Keith Rowley, 456 votes over Marsha Walker, 148 votes, and no votes yet for Roger Nichols and Zafir David. Now, let's go down south to Faizabad, and this one's very, very interesting with an interesting fight here. Solange D'Souza, 489 votes, leading over the incumbent, the man who won the seat the last time, Dr. Lakram Bodo. Alice Narayan and Radhika Gulbans not to register in a significant way just yet. And what about Mayaro? And a lead starting to develop here for Rushton Paré over Sankar Bunny Mahabir Singh, and it's opening up to just about 600 votes already. Stirling Lihar with 20 votes there. Moruga Tableland, another one of the hotly contested ones. This was the closest contest back in 2015, just 533 votes. Let's see what's happening there. Michelle Benjamin opening up a lead over Winston Gypsy Peters. Still early days yet in this constituency. Valentine Alvarez, just 1 vote and 1 vote more than Larry Sanka and Thomas Sotillo. So what about Naparima? Rodney Charles won this one overwhelmingly the last time, and he's on track again here. 1,457 votes. Randy Sinanan, a long way to catch up in Naparima. And what about Tobago East? The first sign, and this is the one I think got some cheers in that last report with DK, Rudal Munilal, overwhelmingly ahead of Clifford Ramborough's 332 votes to 5. What about Tobago West? Devendranath Tanku, he is leading by a long way right now, 3,200 votes over Leah Ramutar, 178, and Sasha Ali, just 50 votes for the PEP. And as the results start to roll in here, familiar figures in Port of Spain North, South St. Anne's West, Stuart Young, 613 votes, well ahead of Darian Garner of the UNC. Lima McLeod of the PEP, 13 votes, and Kenneth Munro Brown just picking up 3 votes so far. What about Princestown? Well, Barry Padarath continues to hold on to a 1,000-vote lead over Sharon Babulal of the PNM and Kim Younglao, 46 votes so far. More the pictures emerging here in San Fernando East. Brian Manning off to a very good start in his first campaign, a political campaign, 1,178 votes and more than 800 votes ahead of Monifa Russell Andrews of the UNC. And San Fernando West, this one is hotly contested, still early figures here. Faris Al-Rawi trailing Sean Sobers by just about 70-odd votes, and no votes yet for Benenson Jagesa, Nikolai Edwards, or Valmiki Ramsing. What about St. Joseph, another one of the hotly contested seats, and Terence Dialsing off to an early lead in the first polling division to come in over Aloy Hunt. Errol Fabian, 4 votes this time around. He had 250-something the last time. And Joel Williams of the THC, no votes yet in St. Joseph. What about Tabakeet? And this one, Michael Seals, is up past the 1,000 mark, but he is still trailing Anita Haynes by over 1,700 votes, 63 for Carl Henry in Tabakeet. Tunapuna, another one we're having a close look at, and Esmond Ford has pulled off a small lead here of 140 over David Naked, Maurice Downs, and Marcus Ramkissoon yet to register. This looks like just about 2 polling divisions in. And so that's it for the roundup. We'll have more results coming up for you later, Wesley.
And I think that, that's quite a lot to consume there. But what appears to be emerging is business as usual, Conrad. This looks like yet another election where you're going to have the so-called hardcore constituencies more or less settled. We're seeing the trend already. And a handful of constituencies, some people may have 8 to 9 or 5 to 6, that can go either way, where you have the phenomenon of the swing vote. And we had left our discussion at that point the last time, and the challenge to political parties to capture what we have been describing as a swing vote. Conrad, what would be your formula? We started discussing a formula, if there can ever be one. What would be your formula for capturing the swing vote?
Oh, absolutely. Decide what you need, and then decide and develop a plan to go after the numbers. In any group, in any constituency, you have sufficient persuadable individuals that if you have a good plan and if you understand what their issues are, you can facilitate them within the context of your own arrangements, and therefore persuade them that you are better than somebody else. That's how you'd usually do it. It's really almost an individual by individual, house by house, family by family discussion, because you do not win those constituencies unless you respond very specifically to people's expressed needs, and they are convinced that you will deliver, and they trust that you will deliver on the basis of what you say. So The results in marginals to me are always very reflective of how people view those who they have lent their support to and their expectations insofar as that is concerned.
But doesn't it also happen, Christine, that people get vexed with you and they decide, look, let's get rid of you?
But you see, the big issue I have is that I think we vote party and not really candidate. So, you know, we spend so much effort in saying we're selecting the right candidate, and it's important for delivery because after election now you have a member of parliament. So the big issue is really still voting for party, and as a society I don't think we spend enough time looking at the candidate. How will they represent us? I mean, our Prime Minister Eric Williams said if they put a crapo in that seat, they will win. I mean, and really, it really comes back to haunt us because we want to select the right candidates to represent us, and so much effort is put in, but yet we have this situation where I think voting to a large extent is party rather than candidate.
Are we dodging the essential point? You're not really facing it directly. From 56 onward, you had the PNM for about 30 years or so, right? Straight on to 86, right? And what happened in 86? The other parties got together and moved the PNM convincingly. So the struggle has always been how you move the PNM. That is the essential struggle. And over the years, the formula really is how do you bring all the various groups together. It happened in local government, for instance, in 1980. In 1980, there was a local government election at Panday where they couldn't even find candidates to fight Power Spain because out of the 12 electoral districts in Power Spain, they could only field one candidate, right, in Woodbrook. And all the rest, the PNM got through unopposed. And in 1981, when Panday thought that things were getting bad, there was the Alliance and the Tapia movement, the DAC and the ULF. And he managed to get back 8 seats, and Robinson 2 in Tobago, and they got 10, and so on. Then that led to the ONR also fighting in 81, but they didn't win a single seat. Not a damn seat for them, you remember that. And this led in 83, where they built on that. And for the first time, PNM lost a local government election, except in 58 when they lost one. But
the federal.
For the first time since that time, they lost a local government so convincingly that even San Fernando, we won. Even Power Spain, I fought in that elections too, right? And I fought a local government seat in the County Karen area. And we won, where Panday lost 10 out of 12 in 1980, we won all 12 electoral districts. So the shift was where you can bring those parties together to beat the PNM. The whole motive is to beat the PNM, right? How can you do that? And there's only one formula for that. That is, you have to bring all the disparate groups together. There's no other formula. That is directly it.
Lennox, I was hoping you would have made mention that we need to really relook really what local government should really, how they represent the people, because I believe that's the real issue, because everything falls under government really, the member parliament, and really we have all of this thing for local government elections and inadequate focus. We have said over time and again, let us relook the roles and responsibilities of local government, and we all understand it means they should deal.
Take it further, go ahead.
And therefore, I believe we have local government elections, but I think the first thing we talk about reorganizing, restructuring what should fall under local government, so that we can have much more effective.
Let's examine that for a moment. Let's pause for a second. What is local government? It is essentially meaningful local government. There's meaningful local government and there's formal local government. Today we have a formality of local government. We have the Act, and it's just a formal structure. But the spirit and essence of local government are totally absent.
Exactly, and that's the point I'm making.
Good.
So that it needs to be revamped totally, because why would you go out to vote for local government when really the work that's done, the whole essence of what falls under local government is totally inadequate and needs to really be reshaped.
Pause for a second again. The PNM in 2015 manifesto promised extensive local government reform. And they attempted it. They put in place a committee. They asked me to serve on that committee. I did.
So you did nothing?
not quite.
No,
we did a lot.
Sorry.
I ended up moderating the public consultations
sorry,
on that.
I
thought
didn't mean to be rude.
it was really a high quality process that for some reason fell by the wayside.
Well, not quite, Wesley, because they did bring a bill in Parliament,
yes.
but then it couldn't finish because of the whole situation there. But again, they went off on a massive structure when the essence of it is so good. Look, in England right now, local government right nowadays that local government, you do what you have to do once you don't once you obey the law. Everything else you have power to do, and that's it.
I think general elections will be much more interesting if we get the mandate for local elections where it should be. I think
well,
so.
Some people don't make the distinction, the electors sometimes don't make the distinction between the local issues.
It becomes educating the people too. Once people understand what falls under local government and they understand I have a problem my road where I go to, if I have a bigger problem where I go to. So I think that's educating the public.
Two points. We talk about government and we talk about all of these challenges we have as if we understand the problems. Listen, if you are thinking about changing anything, you're talking about a transformation strategy, a transformation process. That doesn't happen simply because you get up and say so, or because you tell people that, hello, this is what I want to do, and expect it to happen, It is a very scientific process that requires a level of understanding of how it works, both in terms of process and in terms of people. And those are very specific skills that are required for it to happen. In a lot of instances, you do not have those skills available to you in government. You don't. And therefore, it is not by guess that you have to create special and you have to create institutions and staff them appropriately and mandate them appropriately to do that job. It is a difficult process.
Now, because we don't have Nigel here with us physically, we're tending to leave him out. Nigel, what are your thoughts on the local government dynamic? When you are polling or surveying a local government election, how would it be different from how you frame things, how you look at issues at the national level for general elections?
What was said earlier, that voters tend not to make too much of a distinction at the ballot box. Voters may be interested in local issues, yes, but as to say, well, they're going to vote split ticket, so to speak, and vote one way in the general election and another way in local government, we don't see that. What we see is almost like a local government election. It almost forecasts or echoes what happens in the closest general election. So we don't really see that difference.
Yeah, I think he's correct.
Yeah, because there's this tendency to focus on the national, so-called national issues, but although I must say, and I'm talking about from personal experience in my area there, where in my immediate community we have a UNC local government councillor, and the MP is PNM, this is St. Joseph, and it is my view, my feedback from people that they have made the decision, well, because of performance and because they have an understanding of local needs as opposed to needs in the parliament where you need legislation and so on. So I think that with a certain level of political education, you can reach the point where people can make that important distinction.
Well, that would be a really great development when that happens. And you see signs of it occasionally. For instance, in 1987 local government, where Dr. Mutu was the mayor of San Fernando and Dr. Alan Sami was the deputy mayor. And he had a lot of very influential people coming and getting involved in local government because it had reached a sort of crescendo in terms of people's involvement in the process and so on. And that is what we have to try and build again. Only when we can build that kind of system and so on, we will get going.
Well, we don't have to reinvent the wheel, they have models.
Sometimes when you do, you find you have a bigger wheel. Or more
we have to stick up in because Vidya has results first. Vidya Rampal, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Wesley. And let's go to those results right now to find out how the picture is shaping up around the country. Let's go to the first set of results here, and these are from Orapooch West. Devendranath Tanku, he is really generating a massive lead here over Leah Ramutar and Sasha Ali. That lead is over 3,000 at the moment. Now, what about some other results? In Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, Stuart Young, he's already in the lead over Darian Garner, Lima McLeod, and Kenneth Munro Brown. Now, what is the situation with our next one? That is St. Joseph, and this one, Terence Dialsing. We would have seen this result earlier, leading over Aloy Hunt, just one polling division in from St. Joseph at the moment. So those are some of the updates at this time. Wesley, we'll have more for you later on.
Thanks for that video. And as video closed on the outcome for St. Joseph incidentally is one of the constituencies we had a look at it in the context of marginality. And there, the MP, Terence Dialsing, Minister of Health, is bidding to become the first St. Joseph MP to win the seat in 3 straight elections. He became Member of Parliament in 2013 in a by-election and faces a 4-way battle in the August 10th general elections. Vidya Ramphal has more for us on St. Joseph.
This is the Calvary Cross here in St. Joseph, one of the great landmarks of the town. This town has given its name to the political constituency of St. Joseph. Of the 29,000 people that are voting in the constituency of St. Joseph, you'll be surprised to know that 1 in 9 of them actually live here. The town of St. Joseph has 3,300 registered voters, but it forms only 11% of the total electorate of the constituency. The largest group of voters in the St. Joseph constituency are in Aranguez, where 4,500 voters live. San Juan is the next most populated with about 3,500 voters. Mount Hope and Champlain taken together have another 4,000. Taken together, these areas account for more than half of the registered voters in the constituency of St. Joseph. Voting patterns from the 2015 general election show that the PNM's major support bases are in San Juan, St. Joseph, Champlain, Mount Lambert, and Curep. The UNC dominates in the community of Aranguez, and the party also enjoys popular support in Valsay North, Curep, and in Bamboo Village No. 1. St. Joseph is a marginal constituency. It has changed hands between the UNC and the PNM in each of the last 4 general elections. It was in 2002 that the seesaw battle began. The UNC's Gerald Yetming won St. Joseph in 2002 before Kennedy Swaratsing took it back for the PNM in 2007. Herbert Volney wrested back control in 2010, but when a by-election was called in November 2013, Terence Dialsing took the seat by 780 votes from the UNC candidate Ian Allen. However, in the 2015 general elections, Mr. Dialsing polled over 10,500 votes, winning by over 1,600 ballots.
Yeah, it could go anyway, but I'd rather UNC take the show right now because we need change.
Well, the PNM, obviously, for all these years, the PNM have been standing strong in St. Joseph.
On August 10th, Mr. Dialsing is bidding to become the first St. Joseph MP to win the seat for a 3rd time. His main challenger is the UNC's Aloy Hunt, the brother of former PNM MP Gary Hunt. Joel Williams is fighting the seat for the THC party, while independent candidate Errol Fabian is contesting the seat for a 3rd time.
Who's that? me know that fella.
So what are the issues that will cause voters to leave their homes and head to the polling stations?
For real, I want to see like more youths get employed, you know, instead of they're on the streets doing nothing. It'll be good, little jobs around, you know, pulling the youths on them and a little job instead of a little sports, some kind of thing.
We have like a lot of
stealing going on in the gardens and stuff, and I think like more police patrols and stuff would be better for the area here.
We need some upliftment in the park for the youths. You know, so when they come around, they could be comfortable and be safe. Because sometimes when they come around in the park now, you're not safe anymore.
I'm Vidya Ramphal reporting for TTT News.
And we're staying with Vidya Ramphal because Vidya has a package now that we are going to look at. No, we're not going to look. We have results from Vidya. Vidya, over to you.
Yeah, that's right, Wesley. It is a long night, isn't it? And let's take a look at some of the results coming our way now as we move around the country. We start with the seat of Siparia and Kamala Prasad Bisesa. This one, a lot of polling divisions in here, and she has 10,471 votes, and that is over 8,000 votes ahead of Rebecca Dipnerine there. So not an unfamiliar picture in Siparia. What about Tunapuna? It is Esmond Ford. He has started to open up a lead of just about 400 over David Naked. Maurice Downs 59 and Marcus Ramkisoon 11 votes there in Tunapuna. St. Augustine, our first look at St. Augustine, where it's a five-way battle here. And Khadija Amin has already started to open up a lead. This is the one the COP would have won the last time by 6,000 votes. This time the COP leader, Carolyn Sipasad Bechan, just 36 votes. Michelin Hussein 3, Hussein Phelps that is, and Satish Ramsaran 33. What about, let's take in Point Fortin now. What's happening in Point Fortin? And this one, there's a lead for Kennedy Richards over Taharka Obika. Kenisha Ramsundar, just 7 votes. Ernesto Kiza, 20, and Anthony Williams yet to register. And here is the final one we have. That was the final one we have for you now. So some more of the polling divisions in some different constituencies coming to the fore there. Wesley.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Vidya. Yes, agreed. It's quite a long evening. And I know we do have more from you in terms of the packages that we have, but not yet, because we're going to stick on this issue of achieving change and coming up with some kind of approach to governance that takes into account the fact that in Trinidad and Tobago, I remember a speech in the Senate by Gerald Furness Smith. This was in the Senate in the 80s, I think.
Back a long time.
Yes. Yes, you're making me feel a little oldish. But Gerald Furness Smith stood up and spoke for a very long time, arguing that we are much too small to have both local government and national government. And he was an advocate of removing the concept of local government, because since in any case, average everyday people are going to be saying, oh, my drain is clogged and the cemetery needs maintenance, the MP should be doing that. Lennox.
Wesley, if you have only 2 people living in Trinidad and you do not have some degree of autonomy on one and the other, then one will be master and the other will be slave. So regardless of how you describe it, or how you call it, or how you name it, or whatever it is, and so on, whether local government, autonomy, or whatever, you must have some involvement of everyone in decisions that affect them, some decisive decision-making process in that. So a Furness Smith argument cannot stand.
But local government lends itself to people's participation a lot more.
Yes, but look, we're getting the feedback we are seeing in these clips, these productions that we're playing here. There are people who are talking about immediate neighborhood community issues,
yes,
but in the context of a national election where you're essentially choosing an MP
because we have not differentiated local government from general government, and that's the real issue. We do have a clear-cut definitive separation of duties, and the citizenry is not even aware of what is responsibilities of local government.
But elections, general elections, are based on local issues. I will choose a representative to represent my local issue. And that brings me to the other question. You know, we've been struggling with this issue about delivery of goods and services, which primarily is implementation. But really, the general election, as we are going into it today, is really about a representation issue. It's about getting members in parliament. It's really not about running the government. Once that is passed, then the Prime Minister selects his team to do implementation. They're two separate things. So let's talk about the question of representation. Representation is where we have the issue. Because when I select a representative, I am selecting somebody to represent my interests. And basically, I expect that whatever my issues are, he will deal with it. Now, whether he deals with it through a local government, state enterprise, or whatever the mechanisms you have in place, I'm really not interested in that. What I want to know is when I get up in the morning and I put my garbage out, my garbage is cleared, and I'm very happy. I don't even want to know anything else. And that is his responsibility. However he configures it, that's his business. And I'm happy.
But hold on. So when bandits break in your house, that's also his business.
Yeah.
And what?
Yes.
And when yes, but when they break in your house, what can you do as the victim in order to prevent that happening in future? You have a role to play too.
No, two things.
Right?
Hold on,
Your recreation ground, your cemeteries.
Hold on,
all these things you have a role to play.
First of all, the issue of bandits is dealt with by national security.
I know.
Right.
But your community, if they can prevent the bandit from coming in, that's a major step forward.
But the bandit might be you.
But no, it's not.
No,
it's not.
no. But you are bringing into the conversation something that we have no control over.
No, you're saying that listen, all I'm interested in is my garbage removed and I get water in my pipes and so on.
That's
my only interest.
But that is
me.
Not. But hold on, that is me. It has nothing to do with you.
Oh,
that
okay,
is
okay.
me.
I thought you were talking generally.
No.
You personally?
No, hold on.
Okay.
You see, and that's where we get into difficulty sometimes. We talk generally and assume that everybody is generally involved in the conversations we're having, and that is not so. And that is why we have the issues in the society, because it is personal to me, and my views are here. Your views are here, and what the party has to do is to take all of these views and try to find a solution at that level.
All right, very good. Okay, good.
That's the point I'm making.
Good.
So there's no difference in what we say.
So you have to bring everybody's views together.
That's correct. But I'm saying that when I select a representative, it is based on my issues, not yours. Your issue is crime. My issue is garbage.
Yeah, but suppose your issue is that you need legislation that would empower local government to be able to take action.
No, that's not my issue. My issue is to select a representative who will look after my interests. When he gets there and he understands what my issues are, he has to decide whether it's legislation, whether it's company, whether it's this, whether it's that. He decides that.
But that sounds like the Furnace-Smith formula. Where
I don't know anything about that.
Eliminate local government politics.
No.
And you delegate responsibility to public servants at the local
Wesley,
level.
I'm not saying that. We are focusing on one issue, which is the question of representation.
Yeah.
And therefore I'm saying that in the context of the individual and that person who I have to have a relationship with, I have to determine whether or not the issues that I consider important, he has an interest in or she has an interest in. And if you do, we have a relationship. If you don't, we don't have a relationship.
But also come in, but we have a result.
Sure.
We have some results. Vidya, give us the latest.
Yeah, let's take you to some more results at this time, and let's go to the first constituency. And in this results section, and this is Couva North, where Ravi Ratimaram has opened up a lead here over Sharda Satram, and just about 1,100 votes in that one. Rohini Davidine and Joel Ramdani are not registering in a big way in Couva North. Now, here is Dabadi O'Meara, and this one, Lisa Morris Julian, brought in to replace the man who was there before, 2574, and she has opened up a lead of just around 1,200 over Maurice Hoyt. Still early days here. Peter Aman, 13 votes in Dabadi O'Meara. Laventille West, and this is one of the seats where Fitzgerald Hines, he would have polled the most in terms of percentage. He received 89% of the votes the last time round, 1,264 votes ahead of Rodney Stowe of the UNC. None of the other candidates, Natalia Moore, Matthew Sinnett, Kirk Waite, and Sandra Emanuel have registered in a big way. And Fitzgerald Hines already ahead by over 1,000 votes. Lopino, Bonaire West, and this one, Marvin Gonzalez, 888. The Nelson there over Prakash Williams, and a lead of just over 300. Jack Warner is also in contention here. He is in second place right now, 579 votes, 12 for Dominic Lopez, but still very early days, just about 5 constituencies in there for Lopino, Bonaire West. And what about Tabaquite? This one is going in a familiar pattern for Anita Haynes, who is in for her first campaign, 69-28, and a big lead over Michael Seals, Carl Henry, 128 votes in Tabaquite. Now, Toko Sangre Grande, another one of those seats controlled by the PNM. 3904 was the margin the last time around. Roger Munro is trailing Nabila Green. We were expecting this one to be fairly close, and it is at this point. Kevon Hernandez, just 12 votes there. And the last one, that's for now, this is in Arima. Penelope Beckles, a lead over Flora Singh, 289 to 147. Sharon Hernandez and Nalini Dial, just 7 votes between them in Arima. And Wesley, so that's the situation there. I heard somebody say that you've been around for a long time. Well, for the panel, this is Wesley's 10th elections that he's covering as a journalist. His first one, I understand, was back in 1986, Wesley.
He's my unofficial biographer.
Unofficial.
with full accent on unofficial. No.
Is he correct?
Well, 81 actually. Yes. Christine, you wanted to counter something that Conrad was saying.
We were talking really, and again I come back, the functions and duties that fall under local government. And by separating those duties from general government and local government, of course you need local government reform. But I am saying it leaves or at least the work that has to be done for us for improvement in the quality of our life. I believe we must have local government reform and take it to the people. I think a green paper was done in 2007 or 8.
More than one.
Yes, and it has.
Two.
So if we, it means you go to the people and let us, get some feedback, because when you look at the role and function that falls under local government, I think people would realize so much more can be done, and rather than just look at your MP who may not have the autonomy and also the infrastructure to deal with the work that needs to be done.
Now, Nigel, your thoughts on local government and its role vis-a-vis the responsibilities of the national government?
I mean, it's an interesting subject. I would have a lot more to say if it was local government elections taking place now. I'm really interested in the results that are coming in so far. We see the PNM pulling ahead in Tunapuna. From what I'm seeing, those are not only in districts that they would have won, but districts that, they would have narrowly won. I think that's of interest. And it looked for a little while that the PNM was ahead in Faizabad, which would have been a little bit surprising. But what tends to happen is that the smaller polling divisions, mostly rural polling divisions, tend to get counted first. So it's not unfamiliar. It actually happened in 2015 as well, that the early results in Faizabad came with the PNM ahead. But I don't expect that to stay the same for the rest of the night. My eyes are on Moruga Tablelands. They're on, to a certain extent, San Fernando West, although that seems to be pulling away, and Tobago East. So that's where my eyes are on right now.
Yes, thanks. I fully appreciate that. And I think that what we were trying to get at, what are some of the things that stimulated people's thoughts? Conrad is of the firm view that people would focus on the local issues, and decision making is based on what they consider to be the needs of their household, themselves personally, and perhaps even their community. And based on that, that would be a factor, an overwhelming factor in terms of political decision making at election time. And one of the things, what I was trying to incite was a discussion on, whether interpreting those needs and wants by electors is best achieved through strong local government that takes decision making, budgeting, even a level of regulatory power in the hands of local government authorities, so that they are the ones empowered to bring about the change to alleviate the immediate needs that Conrad says are so decisive.
But the system doesn't work that way. We have a system. The system basically is a system from top down, where money goes into the consolidated fund and the Minister of Finance decides how you would allocate it. And local government is one area that you would have it. But within the local government system, or within a community, well, let me put it differently. Within a community, you have schools, you have police stations, you have health. So you have a number of different needs which the representative is supposed to go and bargain for on the basis of the commitments that he would have made to his colleagues. That's how the system works.
But under local government, revenue generating activities like land and building taxes, water rates and so on, it comes to the local government office, and that is then used to implement those areas of services.
I'm not talking about, Christina.
So in other words, it does not depend on the general budget. And really what it works with is working and making them much more efficient, because it means they will then collect all their land and building taxes, they will then collect all their other rates and taxes, etc.
The last, 10 years, 5 years, there has been no revenue on land and building taxes.
Well, that has to be corrected.
No.
Let me deal with that. That should have been corrected.
Yeah, no, but the reality is that is what it is.
Yeah, but no, that is not a reality. That may be the reality, but that is not what it should be.
No, that is what it is. Whether it should or shouldn't be, that's what it is. So if you have to deal with that...
Unacceptable.
That's fine. But if you have to deal with that, then the issue is that local government in its current form is operated, but it is operated directly through funding from the Minister of Finance. It goes directly there. Listen,
well, can I
to one point, I think that you cannot disassociate funding needs and where the funding is coming from all the things that are required in the community from in an overall plan for the country.
Obviously, yes.
Yeah,
right.
Right.
Of course, yeah.
And therefore, somebody has to, and you made the point, somebody has to make a decision as to, is this constituency, is this area ahead of the other one? Should there be equality in treatment across the country, because the resources are limited? You don't have a lot of resources, but you have to allocate the resources. And in a real sense, therefore, you have to look at all of these issues that you have identified and create them in some kind of priority situation and say, okay, the greatest need is here, let me put resources inside there. It means that if that is the case and your resources are limited, this one wouldn't get.
Lennox, hold on it, because Nigel wanted to come in for a little while.
I like hearing them on this local government thing. I'm really enjoying it.
Local government.
Yeah, Nigel?
Sorry.
You had some thoughts on this
I didn't hear you on that one.
Sorry, Nigel? Oh, okay. Lennox, yeah, I know this is your area and you could talk all night about it.
But, it's nice hearing them, because I could listen to this discussion all night, actually. Just listening to what they say.
I find it,
but I think Conrad, the essence of the matter really is, you have your representative. You said all you're interested is to move the garbage and that sort of thing. But your representative must know what are the needs of his constituents.
Of course.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Lennox, we'll have to come back because we have results out of Tobago.
Right.
Oh, yes.
So we're going to go to Vidya now. Vidya.
And of course, yes, so Wesley, we'll start off in Tobago, where the results are coming in. Ayana Webster Roy and Shamfa Kujo, and how are their fortunes going in the election so far? So what about Tobago? Tobago West, Shamfa Kujo, opens up a lead here over Tasha Burris, and just about 250 votes or a little bit more in it. Phillips, the two Phillips and Phillip have between them 7 votes there in Tobago West. And we do have an update also on Diego Martin Northeast at this time. And this one, Calm Imbert, massive lead now, 2,700 votes plus over Eli Zakur. Philip Alexander, his prediction of 26 seats, looking a little iffy at this point. 178 votes, Lonsdale Williams and Myron Bruce here, 60 and 82 respectively. Diego Martin East, let's take a look at this one. West, in fact, and Dr. Keith Rowley leading over Marshall Walker by about 400 votes. And Roger Nichols and Zafir Ali, 6 and 11 votes there. Faizabad now, and Faizabad is one that where Lakram Bodo is leading by just about 600 votes over Solange D'Souza, Alice Narayan and Radhika Galbans picking up 30-odd votes each in that particular constituency. Dr. Bodo, of course, won the election back in 2015 after Chandra Sharma would have led that seat for quite a long time, and it is looking like a lead for him. Back to you, Wesley.
Thank you very much for that video. Well, there's an update we have out of Balize House. So let's go to PNM headquarters.
Good evening and welcome back to the PNM's headquarters. We understand figures have started trickling in. To bring us up to speed on the happenings here at the PNM camp, we have with us the party's PRO, Mrs. Laurel Azama Leasing. Laurel, good evening.
Good evening, Crystal. Good evening to your viewing audience on TTT.
Laurel, can you kindly share with us what is the general mood here at the camp tonight? We are, of course, experiencing an election of a different kind this time around. How are things at the moment?
Yes. So this has been the first election of this nature. It's very, very different. We have done our entire campaign virtually, and our candidates were required to go and meet with their constituents on a one-on-one basis. The mass meetings that we traditionally have, the cottage meetings, the spot meetings, they were non-existent this time around. So we had encouraged our members and our supporters and wider Trinidad and Tobago to rally with us online. And that same thing is happening here tonight. We have asked all of our supporters to stay at home and rally at home with us, and to tune in to your stations and to our social media feeds in order to get updates tonight. So all we have done is set up a temporary media center here to facilitate the members of the media so that we can do our vote count, and then we expect our political leader to join us a little later. But this has been a completely different experience altogether, but we are grateful that the media has supported us throughout all of this, and that our members and our supporters have adhered to the rules with the prevailing circumstances. So it's been really very different. Yes.
Thank you so very much for your time, Laurel. And that's the latest here at Balize House. We will update you as more information comes to hand. For TTT News, I am Crystal Wilson.
Thanks for that, Crystal, from PNM headquarters, Balize House. And we had cut into a point that Lennox was about to make regarding the whole local government dynamic.
Yeah, well, essentially, how does that really operate? We talk about involvement of the people in decisions that affect their basic needs, which is the essence of local government. But how you connect to that? You have a representative. Well, he has to look after the interests of his constituents.
People, yeah.
And how does he find out what those interests really are? Well, he has to meet them, he has to understand their needs and weigh those needs with respect to other needs and so on. So one would expect that, let's say a parliamentary representative, that he will have, for instance, certain committees looking at various aspects of needs in the constituency. So I would expect a good representative would have a committee dealing with poverty. And he has a constituency dealing with about 30,000 people, right? So he will have a committee dealing with poverty, a committee dealing with women's and children's issues, and a committee dealing with shortage of housing issues, and all the various issues that affect them. Out of these committees, people will get to understand the nature of what's happening in their constituency, their needs, and how they should be dealt with. And this is how development really operates. You can't be there in Parliament just going there and you're not involved in your constituency in a meaningful way. And that involvement is linked to the local government representative, because the local government representative has to see about drains, recreation grounds, cemeteries, minor roads, but also the councillor also has to write up recommendations with people, and all kinds of other things that he has to do, and so on. And so that is the nature of development, and the wider and deeper that this operates is the greater development of people that you will get, and which is the essence of development. So that is how a society really develops, not by somebody saying, well, all I care about is to move my garbage and they go. No, sorry. Okay, no, I don't take it to a bad level. But
you're right.
But you have to have those kind of linkages that operating in a meaningful way, and those linkages are really absent. So what we really have is a formality of local government, but its spirit and essence are missing, and that is what we need. That connectivity from below all the way up, and that is meaningful development.
Yeah.
You could build all the drains. Put all buildings, but if you don't have that connectivity, you're not going anywhere.
I don't want to talk too much about local government because this is not a local government conversation. This is a conversation about parliamentary representatives. Christine knows this because we had to do this before. The way a constituency is organized for the benefit of its citizens, its members, is for that constituency to be able to access what the government has put in place for everybody.
I told you the other way around. The government will have to supply what the people need.
Listen to me.
Instead of the government there as a superpower on top there.
Well, that's how it works, because that's where the money comes from.
It had to work differently, yes, right?
No, but listen, the fact that you believe it has to work differently is irrelevant to the conversation, because that is the reality. Well, the reality is that any government that goes into power tomorrow morning has a playbook. And the playbook is what it has to do. The playbook basically says that revenue goes into the consolidated fund. The consolidated fund has a set of money in it. You have expenditure. You go to Parliament, and you basically get Parliament to give you the approval.
Let's hold that point, because we have Ian Wason, who is at the UNC office in Barataria, Sawa. Ian, what do you have for us?
For a celebratory mood here already in El Socorro at the campaign office of Saddam Hussein, the UNC's candidate for Barataria San Juan. They're already celebrating because he's leading. He has a decent lead. The latest figures that we have is 5,187 for Saddam Hussein against Jason Williams, 3,367. So it's still early days, but already that gap has been widening. Now, we still have, of course, this particular, as you check the different areas, the following divisions, the figures would vary. But with a lead of almost 2,000, I should say, there's already an air of confidence in the UNC camp. Reporting from El Socorro, Ian Wason, TTT News.
Thank you very much for that, Ian. And we go straight to DK, who is at UNC headquarters in Couva. DK?
Thank you, Wesley. We are here live at the UNC election headquarters, giving you a different view of the camp right now. And behind me, you may be able to see that media personnel are here. So while excitement is growing, looking at the results coming in, as video will be updating you, the entire enclosure is not accessible to regular members of the public. What the UNC have done, though, they have set up a truck with a viewing screen that has video and audio, so UNC faithful can come, they can see the results, hopefully socially distancing or physically distancing from each other while election results are rolling in. And we will have more conversations as we have some of the representatives of the United National Congress to speak with. But for now, that is it from here. I'm DK Roster for TTT News. Back to you, Wesley.
Thank you very much for that, DK. And we go straight to Vidya, who has some new results for us.
Yeah, that's right, Wesley. More results coming your way now. Let's start off the results as we continue to update you on elections 2020. You decide. And the first constituency we go to, Lopino Bonnier West, where Marvin Gonzalez is 1,300, just about 1,300 ahead of Prakash Williams, Dominic Lopez, and Jack Warner. Jack Warner still hanging tough here. He has just about half of the votes, just about of Marvin Gonzalez. So he is being a factor in Lopino Bonnier West. What about Moruga Tableland now? And Michelle Benjamin, this is an update what we saw earlier. Michelle Benjamin just slightly ahead, just about twice the votes of Winston Peters. There are still early days in this one. Valentine Alvarez, the only other candidate to get a vote in Moruga Tableland. Now, Naparima, this one was convincingly won by Rodney Charles the last time, and he's on his way back into Parliament, it seems, here over Randy Sinanan, but still pretty early in this one. But Rodney Charles well ahead of Randy Sinanan by just about 5,000 votes. Oropouche East, Rudal Munilal hoping to secure another place in Parliament, and he is also well on his way there over Clifford Ramboros, and Rudal Munilal just under 6,000 votes ahead of Clifford Ramboros in Oropouche East. Now, Point Fortin, this one was another one that they were looking at. Kennedy Richards now starting to really pile on the pressure here. There's a big lead over Taharka Obika, developing 4,509 against 2,872. The other candidates are yet to factor in a significant way here. What about Princetown? Barry Padarath, 8,266, and a lead of just under 5,000 over Sharon Babulal. Kim Younglo getting 95 votes in Princetown. So those are some of the situations developing there in the different seats. Of course, we're still to hear from Tobago East, where Ayanna Webster Roy, she would have won 69% of the votes the last time around, and we'll update you on those and more coming up in just a little bit. Wesley.
Thank you very much, Vidya. And speaking of Tobago, we have Karen, who's on standby for a report out of Tobago. Karen, what's the latest?
Hi, good evening, Wesley. Yes, good evening, Trinidad and Tobago. We're here in Scarborough at the PNM's headquarters, and we have some early unofficial results. In Tobago East, Ayanna Webster Roy has just over 3,600 votes. Watson Duke, her rival, just over 2,700 votes. So Ayanna Webster Roy taking a slight lead here in Tobago East. Now, just to give you a little history there, Ayanna Webster Roy won that seat in 2015 with 7,951 votes. Watson Duke was the second. He got 1,796 votes. So already he has gone ahead of his 2015 total in Tobago East. We also have some figures here for Tobago West. Shamfa Kujo just getting over 3,000 votes so far. Tashia Grace Burris, she has 1,500 votes so far. So Shamfa Kujo also in the lead there in Tobago West. And that's what's happening right now here in Tobago. We're still not seeing much activity at the PNM's headquarters in Scarborough. Some people are just starting to trickle in. There's also a big truck parked up outside of the headquarters waiting for the official results to come in. But it's just not... it's still a little bit quiet here at the PNM's headquarters in Scarborough.
Thank you very much for that, Karen. Nigel, what do you make of some of the figures we just heard? Nigel? Nigel, what do you think about the figures that we got from Vidya and subsequently from Karen? Karen looked at Tobago. Vidya gave us some interesting returns. What are your impressions on those results announced by Vidya? Okay, apparently Vidya is not hearing us. Nigel. So Conrad, what are your impressions? I mean, Tobago East that's a seat that everybody's keeping a very close eye on. And from Vidya, we had just very marginal information on Moruga Tableland. We have Nigel now. So Nigel, your impressions on the figures that you've heard.
Thanks, Wesley. Very interesting. This is corroborating what my contacts have been saying, that it's very close in Tobago East. Yes, Mr. Duke has already overtaken his total compared to 5 years ago, and is on track to at least repeat what was done in the THA election of 2017, right, which was not to win what would be otherwise Tobago East, but to make it very competitive. So that seems to be what's going on there. There is, I guess, there was some celebration in Samoa Barataria over in the UNC. That is somewhat very deceptive because that seat, Barataria Samoa, is a very polarized seat. So it depends on where you're looking. If you're seeing my screen, I don't know if it's showing up, but basically Samoa Barataria is made up of two very distinct communities. You have the Aranguez region down there, which is very strongly UNC, and then you have the Barataria region, which is very strongly PNM. So it really depends on what polling divisions that you're looking in. And what tends to happen is that the parties' constituency offices tend to hear from their favorable polling divisions first. So really, you need to put those two together to see what's happening. But very interesting. I also found it was interesting that Faizabad did in fact change, as I suspected. So we no longer have that what's going on in Faizabad. And let me just say one more thing, not to dominate the conversation too much, but just to look at exactly what seats are needed to change control. So what we would have is we would have talked about what seats are considered marginal. So this is not your constituency map. I changed it a little bit to a hex map, what's called a cartograph, so that you can see some of the smaller constituencies a little bit easier. And you would see that both parties start off the night with about 15 seats, and you have the remainders up for grabs. What we had 5 years ago, obviously, as people know, the PNM would have won 23 out of the 18 seats. For the opinion polls would show, if it goes back in line with the polls, that San Fernando West seat should probably go back to the PNM, as well as the Tunapuna, but it's possible that the polls may be wrong, or that there may be a late swing away from the polls, and we'll see what happens. But for the UNC to win, what they would actually have to do, you see here on the left-hand side of your screen, the UNC would then have to flip Moruga tableland, so that's one that you really want to be looking at, and that they would need to flip either Tunapuna or San Fernando West, as well as St. Joseph. So it's really an uphill battle for the UNC. So even if they were to win Samoa Barataria, that just brings us back to the 18. To make it over to 21, they would have to take those three seats: Moruga, Tableland, San Fernando West, and either St. Joseph or Tunapuna. And of course, the PDP, even if they win that one seat, which is looking pretty competitive in Tobago East, it really doesn't matter unless things come level over in Trinidad. So the UNC would still have to win Moruga, Tableland, and St. Joseph at least to win back those seats for a potential PDP victory in Tobago East to be of any consequence. So let me hand back over to some of my other panelists, but that's what I'm seeing so far.
Conrad, based on what you're hearing from Nigel.
That's what we predicted. It's going to be tight.
Yeah, but he's also saying that it's a pretty long road for the switch to occur, so that the UNC would emerge.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Lennox.
Well, Nigel was very good in that presentation. He brought everything to fruition, and you could see it as a whole immediately. So I'm going to thank Nigel for that. That was very good. But yes, you're right. It kind of boils down to 2 or 3 constituencies, and we see Moruga, Tableland, things changing there. It appears, and San Fernando West, I doubt very much that will shift much, and so on. So, and St. Joseph is the critical seat, So,
Christine.
No, I think Nigel said it all. I'm not going to I think his analysis was foolproof, and we just have to look on the night, and if we can just get that data for those seats, it'll be great.
Yeah, then we can go
We
home.
can go home.
Nigel, we were discussing at one stage the whole concept of the swing vote and the swing factor in this election. Where do your projections, what do your projections say about the swing factor? Nigel? Okay, he apparently isn't hearing us very well. Yes, Vidya has some. Okay, Nigel?
Can you repeat that? Yeah, sorry, I'm hearing you now. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, the swing factor. What do your projections suggest about the swing factor? And you can be very brief because we have some figures coming in from Vidya that we want to go to.
All right, I'll be very quick. Basically, we see a slight swing, very slight swing away from the PNM from 5 years ago. Very slight, but they seem to be keeping their lead. And the floating voters, the so-called floating voters, seem to probably may not have turned out tonight or today. So that's in a nutshell what I'm seeing.
Yeah, thanks for that, Nigel. Let's go to Vidya Rampal, who has an update and some figures for us.
Yeah, thank you, Wesley. I've taken a deep drink of coffee and a deep breath as we start off this one because it's a lot of results coming your way right now. Let's update you on the situation as we move around the country here in election 2020. You decide, and we go up to Arima to start off, where Penelope Beckles is leading Flora Singh by just about 1,400 votes. Sharon Hernandez and Nalini Dial, just 7 votes between them there. What about Aruka Maloney? And this one is looking pretty close at the moment. Cherry Ann David has clawed her way to within 300 votes of Camille Robinson Regis. Unexpected, but still early days there. Barataria San Juan, and there's a result that Ian was talking about earlier. Saddam Hussein is now just under 2,000 votes ahead of Jason Williams. Alberta Perdine, 103 votes in Barataria San Juan. Now let's take a look at Caroni Central, where Arnold Ram, who is campaigning for the first time, and he is leading by over just under 4,000 votes over Riyadh Ali. Lorena Lucian, 114 votes there for the PEP. Caroni East, another familiar pattern, Richard Sicharan, another new candidate here for the UNC, leading Sharon Archie by about 2,400 votes. Dave Babwa, just 90 votes at this time. Chaguanas East, and this is one of the main battle areas, and a very interesting picture indeed. And it is 1,300 is the lead just about for Vandana Mohit over Clarence Rambarath. Matthew Gibbs, 109 votes. Shiraz Khan, just 9 so far. Chaguanas West, and wow, what a lead here by Dinesh Rambali over Rakil Bisoon, 111 for Rahman Ali. Boy, can we call this one already? That one's a massive lead by Rambali. And Couva North, and Ravi Ratiram, similar to what we saw earlier, now starting to extend his lead and pull away from Sharda Satram of the PNM. 41 votes for Rohani Devidine and Joel Ramdani, 13 for the COP. Couva South, Rudranath Indar Singh talked about the confidence in the MP, and that's perhaps showing up in the votes. He's leading 1,600 over Rajendra Rampasad, 18 for Linnell Dulan. And what about Dabadi O'Meara? Dabadi O'Meara, Lisa Morris Julian coming in. She had a very much shorter campaign, and she has 1,200 votes in her lead over Maurice Hoyt. 13 votes for Peter Aman. That's Dabadi O'Meara. And Diego Martin Central. This one is features some new candidates here, but a familiar pattern despite the change in faces. Simone de Nobriga, 5,860 votes, and a big lead over John Lakis. Felicia Holder, she and the other 3 candidates, none of them have registered a vote in Diego Martin Central. What about the Northeast? Diego Martin Northeast, the last time Carl Mimbert was leading, and still that smile is very much on his face. 2,700 votes to lead over Eli Zakur. Philip Alexander up to 178. and 60 for Lonsdale Williams, 82 for Myron Bruce. Diego Martin West and Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, 4,790 votes, and well ahead now of Marsha Walker, Zafir David, 11, and Roger Nichols, 6 votes in Diego Martin West. Faizabad, and the results continue to come in here in Faizabad, and 900 is the lead for Dr. Lakram Bodo, bidding to become the MP for the second time over Solange D'Souza. Alice Narayan, 51, and Radhika Golbans is 34 in Faizabad. Laventille West, and Fitzgerald Hines on his way, it seems, to another place in Parliament. Just under 3,000 votes for him. Rodney Stowe is way behind by about 2,500 votes, and the other candidates are yet to register significantly in Laventille West. Lopino Bonaire West, this one is very interesting, but now with more polling divisions coming in, Marvin Gonzalez starting to show that he is the favorite now, 2,048 votes. Prakash Williams still trails Jack Warner, 893 votes for Jack Warner. Dominique Lopez, 34. Mayaro, and this one, Rushton Paré, the man who won it the last time round, and he has now extended his lead to just about 3,200 over Sankar Bunny Mahabir Singh, still in Lihar, 67 votes in Mayaro. What about Moruga Tableland, and more results coming in here, and this is one of the seats that the UNC was looking to try to flip the switch. Well, Michelle Benjamin ahead here by about 600, just under 600 votes over Winston Gypsy Peters. Still a long way to go in this one. Naparima, Rodney Charles, this is familiar to what we saw in 2015, a big lead over Randy Sinanan, and he is looking to repeat as MP in Naparima. Orapooch West, Rudal Munilal is the man in charge there, 7,000 votes, just about ahead of Clifford Ramboros, and this one looks like it may be going back to Mr. Runilal. Orapooch West, another one that was in the grasp of the UNC the last time around. Devindranath Tanku is ahead there by 5,100 votes. Sasha Ali registering 106. Point Fortin, this one is looking like a little bit of a mismatch. Kennedy Richards over 4,500. Taharka Obika 2,872. Can he claw his way back and close that gap? And the rest of the candidates there under 100 votes for each, for all of them put together. Point-a-Pierre, this one is one that has changed hands 7 times in 14 elections, but Daniel Duki just about 2,000 votes behind Dr. David Lee, who won in 2015, David Abdullah 196, and Marvin Howard 134. Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, Stuart Young, the man who won in 2015, and yet again he's well ahead. There was some videos of him dancing in the streets, and he might be doing more of that. Let's hope he doesn't. He's ahead by a significant margin. Lima McLeod 361 and Kenneth Monroe Brown 29. Port of Spain South, Keith Scotland in the mix here. First time we're seeing some results from Port of Spain South. Keith Scotland 750 votes. Curtis Orr 348 for the UNC, and less than 50 votes for the other 2 candidates, Gail Gonzalez Castaneda and Fuad Abubakar. And as we continue to run through some of the votes here, Barry Padarath about 5,000 ahead of Sharon Babulal, Kim Younglao 95. Some interesting and familiar patterns developing in Princestown. San Fernando West, Brian Manning is 1,400 or thereabouts ahead of Monifa Russell Andrews. Still a long way to go in this one. And that's San Fernando East. San Fernando West, this one still early days, just about 2 polling divisions in, and Faris Al-Rawi trails Sean Sobers by just about 70 votes. None of the other candidates registering a vote so far in San Fernando West. Siparia, Kamla Prasad Bisesta, the UNC leader, just about 10,000 votes ahead of Rebecca Dipnarine, and it looks like the UNC leader is going to soar up Siparia here. St. Anne's West, lead for Nian Gadsby Dolly, ahead of St. Anne's East, in fact, ahead of Kenya Charles, 474 votes for the UNC candidate, 41 for Akil Camps in St. Anne's East. St. Augustine, this one was won, just to remind you, by the COP the last time, but it is Khadija Amin of the UNC leading by just about 1,200 votes over Renuka Sagram Singh Suklal, the lawyer campaigning for the PNM there, 46 for Satish Ramsaran and 6 for Michelin Hussein Phelps of the THC. St. Joseph, this is one of the big seats. This is one of the bellwether seats in 13 of 14 elections, general elections that is. The party that has won St. Joseph has gone on to take the election. Terence Dial Singh leading by just about 1,100 votes, and Errol Fabian for Joel Williams yet to register. And Tabakeet, this one, Anita Haynes in her first campaign, leading by 4,600 votes over Michael Seals, Carl Henry, 156. And Tobago East, let's get a first look at some of the results here. And this one is a close race, at least for now. Ayanna Webster Roy, just about 700 votes ahead of Watson Duke. And as we pointed out, Mr. Duke would have gotten 1,796 votes the last time. He's already surpassed that. Juliana Henry King on 33 votes. Tobago West, a lead for Shamfa Kujo, just over 1,100 over Tasha Burris. Nikosi Phillip and Ricardo Phillip, just 9 votes between them in Tobago West. Toko Sangre Grande, this is another nail-biter here in Prospect, and Nabila Green, just about 200 votes, exactly 200 votes ahead of the PNM candidate Roger Munro. Kevon Hernandez of the PEP, 50 votes in Toko Sangre Grande. Tunapuna, David Naked trails Esmond Ford by just about 1,200 votes there, and this one, Esmond Ford, of course, would have won the last time round. Maurice Downs, 178. And Marcus Ramkisoon, the man with the hat, 41 votes. So those are the results, and some really interesting patterns developing, Wesley.
Very interesting indeed. And I think I want to ask Nigel if he can help us make sense of what we've been hearing. Nigel? What's your reading so far, given what those results that video just disclosed?
Yes. Very interesting. Not at all surprising, with the exception of Toko Sangre Grande, which would be really a little bit out of what we're seeing if the UNC does come away with that one. But very interesting. The San Fernando West thing, I don't think is going to hold up. I think we're going to see the Attorney General come back there. But all in all, seems to be falling along very similar lines to 5 years ago. Let me see if I can show you some graphics of what I'm seeing really quick. I think Tunapuna is a good one because Tunapuna is a seat where we have some polling division level results in so far. So what I have in this column is what would have happened in each of the polling divisions in 2015, and then what happened this year in 2020. So we see generally the same pattern. Very few polling divisions where one party would have won in 2015, but another won in 2020. The only one I'm seeing jumping out at me here is Cora, polling division 1875. But otherwise, the same party is winning in the exact same place, just by a slightly different margin. So you see the PNM would have increased their lead in this polling division, 1610, from 39 to 42. The UNC's lead would have been decreased from 42 to 28, and so on. So if you go, so it's very, very similar polling division against polling division. But if you take this in aggregate, you will see a very slight swing towards the UNC, but nowhere near the swing that's required for the UNC to take Tunapuna, or at least that's what it looks like right now. I don't think I'm allowed to call the seats, but so far we're not seeing anything like the swing that's required for the UNC to take Tunapuna. And if that's so in Tunapuna, it's probably also going to be so in St. Joseph. So those are my comments for now. But I'll come back and maybe we can take a look at another constituency.
Before you go, Nigel, did you get a figure from Aruka Maloney? Video's latest figures basically displayed a kind of marginal situation there. How do you make sense of that?
Sorry, Aruka Maloney is close?
Aruka Maloney, yes, with Camille Robinson Regis. Because the figures that video called out for us a short while ago, the last figures had both candidates very close. I think division of about 300 votes between the incumbent and the contest, the UNC candidate.
Well, that's very surprising. That's very surprising if that's in fact the case. I mean, this is the way that I would have seen things historically. So what I did is I would have mapped back the constituency, all the constituencies to the present boundaries. I don't know if it's showing up on your screen, but if you look back, I mapped back going all the way to 1995, looking at how they would have voted if they were on the current boundaries. And you see these seats like Dabadi-Amera or Rima very strongly PNM. The only exception being 2010, when it would have swung all the way over to the People's Partnership, that being the COP. So if it is that these seats that tend to be close, St. Joseph, Tunapuna, San Fernando West, is where the battle is being fought. The PNM seems to be slightly ahead in those places. It's very unlikely that in seats that are a bigger reach for the UNC, like Dabadi-Amera or Aruka Maloney or Rima would be in play. It's very unlikely. So we can look at it, but question mark there for me.
Okay, thanks for that, Nigel. And Conrad, the way things are emerging here, I think that there are some seats that you can practically call even at this stage, and they tend to be those seats, the traditional ones.
Yeah, on both sides.
On both sides. But interesting in terms of Moruga Tableland, where I think things appear to be very competitive there.
Yes.
We haven't heard from La Hoqueta Talparo, and that was expected to be something of a keen contest, even though I think mathematically it was a pretty challenging, it would have been a challenging situation, would be a challenging situation for the UNC to emerge victorious there. I mean, you would need a swing factor that would be pretty considerable. I think
2015 they won it. But,
PNM won it.
Yeah, PNM.
In 2010 they won it. Yes.
Yeah, and then
they won it as a People's Partnership.
Yes.
Yeah. So there are all of those kinds of factors. Now, while we're on the subject of the marginals, and we do have a profile of Moruga Tableland, which has been compiled by the TTT news team. So let's take that in. So to have a better understanding of that constituency. Moruga Tableland. We also have something on Point-a-Pierre and on Point-a-Pierre, but we're going to go to Moruga Tableland and see what that constituency looks like. While we wait on that, again we have the seats that we can pretty well call, but let's take that in.
On August 10th, over 28,000 people are expected to go to the polls in the critical battleground of Moruga Tableland. one of the 11 seats the People's National Movement took back from the United National Congress in 2015, Moruga Tableland is one of the marginal constituencies which could decide the 2020 election. A landslide victory in Moruga Tableland is hardly likely. Both parties enjoy wildly popular support in general elections, and the seat has changed hands in 3 consecutive polls. In 2007, when the seat was contested as Princestown South Tableland, Peter Taylor took the constituency for the PNM. 3 years later, the UNC's Clifton Decoto romped to victory by close to 3,000 votes. In 2015, in a dramatic reversal, Decoto lost out by 533 votes to the PNM's Dr. Lovell Francis. In 2020, both parties have opted for new candidates. The PNM went for the experienced Winston Gypsy Peters. Peters is familiar with UNC election tactics as a 2-time MP for Mayaro. The UNC candidate, Michelle Benjamin, is hardly a newcomer. Born and schooled in the Moruga area, Benjamin cut her political teeth in local government and is a 2-time representative for Hindustan St. Mary's. Whoever becomes the new Member of Parliament for Moruga Tableland, they will inherit the infrastructural problems which plagued their predecessors, including the lack of a regular water supply.
There's no water here. Well, there's water for the fishermen here, but water comes in Moruga once a week. How can the people survive on water once a week?
Also problematic in Moruga Tableland is the state of roads and transportation system.
That bridge up there, that is the only thing that we see that going on. What's the roads? What's the infrastructure of the roads? Big trench in the road, they're not filling it up, they're not repairing it. At least do something.
Most of the things what they had to do, they did the roads, get a stadium, all the front, they help people with houses. We had achieved a lot in this area for the 5 years.
Fishing and farming dominate the job landscape in Moruga Tableland, and both sets of workers want more done for them.
The fishing port is dilapidated for many years now, and no one has really put interest into helping the fishermen in any way or form, and I don't know what's the reason, but...
We have a bridge, access bridge, heavy vehicles can go in to the project. And now here's the food basket to the south.
Residents are also concerned over the future of their youth in light of rising crime rates in the area.
They don't even have a play field here. They don't have a community center, and a lot of youths that's been wandering on the streets, so they have nothing else to do other than look to go to illegal things.
The elderly are another demographic of concern. Residents feel older people need more attention.
We want to see an ATM up here that is older folks could go to an ATM to just do their business in Moruga. Not when they had to go to the bank, they had to go all the way out there, they get robbed.
It's not certain which party will win the Moruga Tableland seat in the 2020 general elections. What is certain is that it's a tricky road ahead for both candidates as they try to find the right route to win over the electorate of Moruga Tableland. Vidya Ramphal, TTT News.
Thanks for that, Vidya. And we're staying with Vidya, who has results out of Toko Sangre Grande and Aruka Maloney. Vidya.
Let's take in those results right now, starting off in Toko Sangre Grande, and a little bit of a reversal from what we saw earlier. Roger Monroe has now taken 1,400 vote lead over Nabila Green, with some more of the constituency, the polling divisions coming in. Kevon Hernandez 50. There's another update outside of Toko Sangre Grande in Aruka Maloney, and this is a more familiar figure from what we've seen the last time round. Camille Robinson Regis winning by over 1,100 votes, and now with more polling divisions in, she has a significant lead over Cherry-Ann David, just under 9,500. Cherry-Ann David just about 2,200 votes there. So Camille Robinson Regis way ahead. Now in Tabaquite, this one is also along a familiar pattern, with Anita Haynes nearing the 10,000 vote mark, and she is about 5,000 plus votes ahead of Michael Seals of the PNM. Carl Henry 185 for the PEP. What about Tunapuna? Now, Esmond Ford, 82-75 over David Naked, who is hanging tough there, but just about 1,700 votes behind Esmond Ford, who would have won in 2015. Maurice Downs won 97, and Marcus Ramkisoon 49. Naparima, here is Rodney Charles, 11,056 votes, and he is almost 9,000 ahead of Randy Sinanan, another one of those constituencies that could be called very soon. So the UNC significantly ahead here in Naparima. So the only interesting change there was in that Aruka Maloney with more polling divisions. In Wesley, Camille Robinson Regis is now way ahead in that one.
Thanks very much for that video. And I think that the figures that the updated figures that we've just seen proves the point that the constituencies are not homogeneous, and there are pockets, and depending on which pockets you get first, you get an indication one way or the other. But when the more figures start coming in, then you can start to say that perhaps we're close to being able to declare some of the seats. We're going to try to undertake that exercise when we come back from this break.
Maximize impact when you advertise on TTT Live Online. With TTT Live Online, your brand can be seen by viewers in TNT and all around the world via our social media pages, and you can bet they're watching. Our audience is growing every day as TTT Live Online boasts a combined 500,000 followers on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter. Our statistics show the live stream of the Now Morning Show reaches tens of thousands of viewers each day. Our news and entertainment pieces draw hundreds of thousands of views across all platforms. And now you have an opportunity to be featured alongside this amazing content. Are you ready to maximize impact? Contact our sales team today. Call 622-4141 at extensions 2601 to 2611 or email us at sales@ttt.co.tt.
The Atlantic hurricane season is here. Are you prepared?
Clean water is the primary product you will need after a storm or hurricane. So it's vital you store water for drinking, cooking and washing, at least 5 gallons per person per day. To prepare and store your supply, clean all with a bleach solution of 1 tablespoon chlorine bleach to 1 cup of water. Pour out the solution and rinse well. Fill the cleaned jugs with filtered boiled water and cover securely. This provides your drinking and cooking supply. Ensure that you store 2 or 3 gallon plastic containers of frozen water in the freezer for makeshift refrigeration during power outages. For personal hygiene and washing up, clean and fill all available buckets, sinks, bathtubs, washing machines and other containers with fresh water. This message courtesy TTT Limited.
Welcome back to Election 2020. You Decide. I am Wesley Gibbings, moderating this evening with Christine Sahadeo, Lennox Sankasing, Nigel Henry, and Conrad Enel. So we have been having the results coming in at a much faster rate now, and I think that at this stage we can probably pause and try to catch up on where exactly we are. So Conrad, you want to take us through some of the situations where we perhaps can say that we're close to calling control of some of those seats and where we are seeing some of the trends. And when you're through with that, I'm going to go to Nigel, so Nigel can give us some of his impressions.
Why we don't do it the other way? Let Nigel call them. Because because I think Nigel has more up-to-date data than we do. What I've seen so far, it doesn't provide any surprises. And
Naparima, Siparia.
Yeah, and both on the PNM and on the UNC side. And in terms of those critical constituencies that will make a difference, we don't have sufficient data as yet. So instead of just trying to call them, I would defer to Nigel at this time for him to comment.
Nigel, what is your position on what are the seats that perhaps we can call at this stage?
I could get So as I would have mentioned, most of the seats.
We've got a problem there, but so Lennox, I mean, I think that we are seeing that things are running basically true to form, but a few questionable areas now.
Well, it seems that the UNC at least retained their 18 seats. It would appear so, right? The 3 seats that's hanging in the balance would be Moruga, Tableland, La Joqueta, Talparo, which we don't know, and San Fernando West. It appears that San Fernando West has gone, so they have 2 seats. So
no,
this
San Fernando West, I don't think we have enough information as yet on it.
Well, we have to. Would you say so?
Yeah, it's still early days for us to.
Very early.
Very early.
Okay. Yeah. I think we have Nigel now.
Yeah. Hi. Can you hear me?
Nigel. Yeah. Nigel, we're trying to catch up and to give people a state of play report at this time.
Right.
What would be your state of play report?
Right. Thanks for asking. So, as I would have mentioned, most of the seats are looking very similar to as they would have been 5 years ago. Most of the PNM strongholds and the UNC strongholds seem to be following the same pattern. I know as the state media company, we tend not to call seats until the last vote is counted. But at this point in time, I would say the 15 safest seats for the UNC and the 15 safest seats for the PNM is pretty much very well decided. Those for the PNM being Digger Martin West, Digger Martin Northeast. We saw that big lead come out there. Aruka Maloney. We saw, as I mentioned, we saw return to form San Fernando East, as we would expect. Dabadi Amera, as we could expect with the PNM, and on the flip side, the 15 most safe seats for the UNC seem to be very well safe, not only from the data that we have, but also looking at some of our competitors. I'm seeing some people have already called Siparia and Naparima. Based on our data, we see very convincing numbers in Tabaquit and Faizabad, as I would have mentioned, very safe for the UNC. So right now, in my eyes, it's not so much what's not called, but what's still in play. Looking very closely at San Fernando West, although that seems to be shaping up. Looking at Barataria San Juan, St. Joseph, Moruga Tableland, perhaps La Joqueta Talparo, and Toco Sangre Grande. Those are the ones that I have my eye on.
And did you mention St. Joseph? Nigel? Okay, apparently. Okay, when we're going to go to a break in a short while after we take in this profile of the constituency of Point-a-Pierre.
The electoral district of Point-a-Pierre includes approximately 25,000 voters spread across 31 polling divisions. It is bordered by the San Fernando seats in the south, Naparima and Tabaquit to the east, and Couva north. Its eastern border is the Gulf of Paria. The UNC's David Lee is the current Member of Parliament for Point-a-Pierre. He is bidding for a second term as MP. His main challenge is expected to be from the PNM's Daniel Dukey, who was born in the area and is familiar with the idiosyncratic politics of Point-a-Pierre. The MSJ leader, David Abdullah, is no stranger to oil industry intrigue, and his challenge has not been taken lightly. At the heart of the Point-a-Pierre constituency stands the Petrotrin refinery. Like the hydrocarbons it once refined, Point-a-Pierre is extremely volatile. The Point-a-Pierre seat has changed hands 7 times in 14 general elections, and no MP has held a seat for more than 2 straight terms. The closure of Petrotrin in November 2018 has cast a massive cloud over the future of the constituency. The residents told us the Petrotrin closure is a major talking point in the upcoming general election.
That has affected, all of TNT. That has affected Tobago, that has affected Moruga, it has affected people. People are out of a job, a big man crying down the place that I know of.
I have personal friends of mine and family who used to work at Petrotrin, and they're home. You know, they're barely making ends meet.
The closure of Petrotrin saw almost 5,500 permanent and temporary workers losing their jobs. In the surrounding communities like Tobago, unemployment has become an issue.
We have a lot of youths here willing to work, very decent, respectable young guys, but there's no work. And when there's no work, when there's no employment, that is frustration.
The Point-a-Pierre seat extends as far north as Point Lisas and includes several energy projects. Some residents feel that communities have not benefited enough from the presence of these industries.
From the surrounding area of Claxton Bay, and we don't even have a new school for the past 100 years. We don't even have a community center that we could train the people around.
Given the regular turnover of MPs in the Point-a-Pierre seat, long-term projects like improving drainage and community empowerment have proven difficult to accomplish.
For the last 20 years, I think people and even my parents, as far as I could remember, were always fighting, to try and get a community facility done.
When you don't have proper drainage, what do you have? You will soon have erosion. You will soon have flooding. You understand? You will soon have snakes, centipede, scorpion.
From bustling Marabella to somber Macaulay, a new chapter in the intriguing political history of Point-a-Pierre is being scripted as we speak, but the final line is yet to be written. Reporting from the heart of the Point-a-Pierre constituency, I'm Vidya Rampal for TTT News.
The Team Up Morning Show.
7 minutes away from 8 o'clock. Next 991. It's your morning show. That's how we do it.
Team Up in the morning.
I designed for the cloth. I'm the creative director. My seat fashion as a way of dressing a spirit, dressing a person. I would like to dress our otherness and make it be seen in the world. The biggest form of resistance or revolutionary act you can do is to purchase within the economy, and purchasing in the economy is taking all the visuals and using it. That's the only way to invest in the space. You know it is important, and you have to put it out there, and people will see it. Even if 10 people, it has to be done. People catch on. I'm Robert Young from The Cloth, and I believe our story starts here on TTT, Trinidad and Tobago Television.
There's a lot that goes into the production of a film, TV show, and commercial. There's so much that goes on behind the scenes. And that 30-second ad you just saw just took 2 14-hour days just to film. I'm a wardrobe supervisor in the costume department. And on local productions, I'm largely responsible for the clothes that the characters wear on screen. It's such a collaborative process. And my crewmates and I, we can't wait to see our work end up on the screen. And that's why I support TTT, and you should too, because at TTT, we live for local. That's a wrap. I'm Jody Marie, a screen wardrobe supervisor, and I support TTT, because at TTT, we live for local.
Welcome back to TTT's coverage of the General Election 2020. I'm Vidya Ramphal, and we do have some results to share with you at this time as we continue to update you around the different political constituencies in Trinidad and Tobago. And the first one we have for you is Caroni Central, where Arnold Ram nearing the 10,000 mark, and he leads by just about 4,700 votes over Riyadh Ali. Lorena Lucian, 197 votes in Caroni Central. Dabadi O'Meara, this one is perhaps a bit closer than some may have felt. Lisa Morris Julian, the former Arima mayor, 2,574 votes. Maurice Hoyt of the UNC, 1,381. Peter Aman, 13 votes in Dabadi O'Meara. La Horquetta Talparo, here's our first look at it, and this one is a narrow lead for Jerlene John over Foster Cummings. Bennett Thomas has 28 the last time around in La Horquetta Talparo. The PNM sold this one up by 2,800 votes plus. It's a lot closer this time around. Oropouche East to Rudal Munilal over 10, close to 10,000 votes ahead of Clifford Rambarose. Rudal Munilal looks certainly secure in his position as Oropouche East in the next parliament. Princess Down, Barry Padarath, despite all the speculation, he is now 5,000 and about 700 votes ahead of Sharon Bawulal, Kim Yonglo, 183 votes in Princess Down. And Barataria San Juan, more results coming in, and it's an interesting picture. This one was just 500 votes in it the last time. Saddam Hussein is now just about 1,100 votes ahead of Jason Williams. Alberta Perdine, 176 votes in this keenly contested Barataria San Juan. Right, so those are the results we have for you at this time. We'll go back to a break and stay with us here on TTT. More results coming your way soon.
Join me, Nicole Larson, live for Jumpstart, your morning boost, a recharge, topical, informative, interactive, entertaining, inspiring. 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. weekdays on Talk City 91.1 FM. Jumpstart, an enlightening way to start your day.
Maximize impact when you advertise on TTT Live Online. With TTT Live Online, your brand can be seen by viewers in TNT and all around the world via our social media pages, and you can bet they're watching. Our audience is growing every day as TTT Live Online boasts a combined 500,000 followers on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter. Our statistics show the live stream of the Now Morning Show reaches tens of thousands of viewers each day. Our news and entertainment pieces draw hundreds of thousands of views across all platforms. And now you have an opportunity to be featured alongside this amazing content. Are you ready to maximize impact? Contact our sales team today. Call 622-4141 at extensions 2601 to 2611 or email us at sales@ttt.co.tt.
Welcome back to Election 2020. You Decide video with some very interesting results there. One of the constituencies that we spoke about earlier, and quite a lot of attention has been paid in the run-up to today's election, was the constituency of Tobago East. And I think that's largely because of the PDP factor. So we have a package now that we're going to explore that constituency in a little more detail. So let's take that in.
The Tobago East constituency covers 2/3 of the island, from Upper Scarborough to Goodwood to Roxborough, all the way to Charlotteville and back down to Castara and Mason Hall. In 2015, Ayanna Webster Roy of the People's National Movement won the Tobago East seat with 7,951 votes, or 69.48% of the valid votes cast. Her closest rival at the time was Watson Duke. The political leader of the Progressive Democratic Patriots ran as an independent candidate back then. He garnered 1,796 votes, or 15.7% of the valid votes cast. In 2020, with an electorate of 23,103, it's a three-race card with former MP Ayanna Webster Roy coming up against Watson Duke and Juliana Henry of One Tobago Voice. Over the past 12 months, the face of Roxborough has changed. The People's National Movement making good on promises outlined in their 2015 manifesto. One constituent we spoke to on the streets of Scarborough is satisfied with the infrastructural development.
She did a lot for the people in the East, because we have the hospital, we have the new fire station, we have the police station and things. We have a lot of things have been done in the East.
Yet there are others who feel the development does not trickle down to the people.
Once money comes in and the money could turn around, they could buy 2 beers, the barman gets something, he could start building a house, a basin gets a job, and the money turns around before it comes back out of the system.
Fishing, agriculture and tourism are the main industries along the east of the island. Fishermen at the Roxborough Fishing Depot say they've been hit hard by severe weather events and the ripple effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. One item that struck a wrong note was the failure of the government to debate the Constitution Amendment Tobago Self-Government Bill 2018. Introduced in the Parliament in March 2018 by the Prime Minister, the Tobago Self-Government Bill went to a joint select committee, but the bill lapsed on July 3rd when the Parliament was dissolved.
We've been waiting for police station, hospital, and all these other things since in the 80s. It's only now we're getting it. We're supposed to get an indoor complex 2-3 years ago. We're going to get it when maybe next 2 years. We are no. But if Tobago get what Tobago wants, give it Tobago Autonomy Bill and then we go fix it.
The question that remains to be answered: will Ayanna Webster Roy stay afloat and continue to steer the ship in Tobago East, or will Watson Duke bring a wave of change? That answer will only be known on the night of August 10th. Karen Cozier-Phillip, TTT News.
Welcome back to Election 2020, You Decide. I am Wesley Gibbings with Christine Sahadeo, Lennox Sankasing, Nigel Henry, who is joining us via Zoom, and Conrad Enel. I think that at this stage, as we said before we went to the break, we can bring listeners and viewers up to scratch with what we believe to be as close to at least indicating a trend, and in some instances where candidates have an unassailable lead, I think that we can safely say that we can paint a fairly accurate picture of what the final outcome is likely to be. So let's go to Nigel. Nigel, can you give us that status report? Yes, Nigel apparently isn't.
Yeah, thank you, Wesley.
Okay.
It seems as though we are safe to say right now that the seats that are very strongly one candidate is ahead or the other, that we are ready to say that those seats, those particular parties will be returned. So for the PNM, that's going to be Diego Martin West, Diego Martin Northeast, Diego Martin Central, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, Port of Spain South, Laventille West, St. Anne's East, Laventille East Mova, Arima, Dabody Amera, Aruka Maloney, San Fernando East with Mr. Manning there, Labrie and Point Fortin. On the UNC side, it looks like they are gonna hang on, at least for the next 5 years, to Faizabad, Orapooch West, Orapooch East, with Mr. Munilal, Saparia, the opposition leader, Naparima, Princestown, Tabakit, Couva South, Couva North, Chaguanas West. We're still waiting to see what's going on with Chaguanas East, St. Augustine, Caroni East, Caroni Central, Kumuto Manzanilla, and even Mayaro seems to be far enough apart that it doesn't look like the PNM is going to come back. So that leaves the remaining seats as the ones in play. Some of them are very heavily tilting one way. For example, Tobago West seems to be tilting very heavily in favor of the PNM. But in a lot of these other seats, as we could see, very, very close. San Juan Barataria, San Fernando West, Moruga Tableland, and we haven't heard anything about La Joca Total Paru. So we're looking at those seats that are still in gray to see where they're going to land.
Wouldn't you say that Point-a-Pierre, apparently, that has, from what we've seen so far, it's tending more in the direction of the UNC than the PNM? I recognize that as one of your gray areas.
Which one was that?
Point-a-Pierre.
I'm not hearing you, Wesley. Can you repeat that? Which one are you asking about?
Now, what I'm saying is that Point-a-Pierre, from the figures that we've seen so far,
I get an interference.
Point-a-Pierre is very interesting. Point-a-Pierre, as far as I could see, it seems to be very, very close. The UNC is ahead, but for sure, as they always have been for the past elections, going back, however, who knows how long. But the PNM seems to be very, very close, surprisingly, and we have a good bit number of polling divisions in. So that is going to be one of the surprises of this election.
Okay, and I know that you have some material that we can probably pinpoint some of the areas in Point-a-Pierre, and I know I'll give you a little time to bring that up. But while we look at that, I want to go to Conrad now to get his impressions on Nigel's views on some of these things.
When we started this conversation, we said that it was going to be different, that the traditional seats were going to stay, and that the marginals were where this battle is. That is playing out exactly as we had said at the beginning. There are some seats that we don't have information on, and there are some seats that the numbers keep going backward and forward based on the polling results. I think at this point in time, it appears as though the PNM is holding on to most of its constituencies. I think in some instances, the same 4 seats that he talked about, we're not sure what is going on there. Once we know either in 1 or 2 of those what is happening, we might be able to have a tendency as to what is happening. So from where I sit at this point in time, it is still nail-biting time, and we're still going down the road.
Vidya Ramphal has an update for us, so perhaps some more light will be shed on those gray areas. Vidya, what do you have for us? Vidya, I understand, has updates on 6 areas.
Yes, thank you, Wesley. Yes, let's take you through those 6 areas now to find out what is the situation in these. Some of them already moving in one direction. What about these 6 that we have for you? We're going first to Caroni Central, and this is one that Nigel would have called for the UNC, 10,416 for Arnold Ram, and significantly ahead of Riyadh Ali, with Lorena Lucian trailing in their wake in Caroni Central. Kumuto Manzanilla is next, and Rai Ragbir has already gone past 10,000 votes and just about 3,000 or more ahead of Ronnie Lochan. Certainly not very close in that one, and Rai Ragbir significantly ahead in Kumuto Manzanilla. Diego Martin Northeast, and Colm Imbert has topped the 10,000 mark. His popularity in Diego Martin Northeast continuing. Eli Zakur, just under 3,000. Philip Alexander, 436. And in the hundreds for Lonsdale Williams and Myron Bruce in Diego Martin Northeast. And in Faizabad, Dr. Lakram Bodo has gone over 10,000 himself, and he is now 4,000 plus ahead of Solange de Souza. That one is going the way of the UNC right now. Radhika Galbans and Alice Narayan, 240 votes between them. And Laventille West, Fitzgerald Hines, 7,974 votes. Rodney Stowe has 1,191. The last time around, Fitzgerald Hines would have polled close to 90% of the votes cast. Not going to be that way, but still significantly ahead in Laventille West. And in Tabaquite, Anita Haynes is nearing the 11,000 mark, and she will certainly seem to take this one now ahead of Michael Seals, 46.93. He is. Carl Henry has 214 in Tabaquite. And what about Tobago East? Watson Duke is now trailing by just around 1,100 behind Ayana Webster Roy. Juliana Henry King has 44 votes in Tobago East. So that is the situation for now, Wesley. Nothing significant there, pretty much going along the pathway that we've seen earlier in these seats.
Thank you very much, Vidya. So Conrad, the PDP element in Tobago East and West, it looks from the trend that we are seeing here that has not really come to fruition.
No, it doesn't look so. It appears as though they have made some improvements over the TSA election results, but it doesn't seem as though it translated in the same way to the general elections, which we would have expected because it's similar to some of the characteristics in local government in the Trinidad situation.
Lennox? Yeah, well, as Conrad has been saying repeatedly, the marginal is what we're really looking at, essentially. That's really the essence of the matter. And when I came in this evening, I had 8 marginals listed. Baratoria Samoa, Tunapuna, St. Joseph, Moruga Tableland, San Fernando West, Togo San Grande, La Joqueta, Talparo, and Tobago East. It appears that most of these have gone to PNM. Baratoria Samoa has retained by the UNC. Tunapuna, PNM. St. Joseph appears to have gone PNM.
Well, we don't have too many figures there, but
Moruga Tableland appears to have gone UNC, right? And San Fernando West PNM. Togo San Grande has gone back to PNM. The La Joqueta Talparo is what we don't know yet. Tobago East is going to PNM. So there are only two seats here that could possibly go to the UNC: Moruga Tableland and La Joqueta Talparo, and that would give them 20 seats maximum. So it looks like this might be election 21-20 or 22-19, depending on La Joqueta Talparo.
Okay, and we will speak a little bit about Tobago East and the PDP factor. We have Karen Cozier Phillips, who is in Tobago, and she has an update for us. Karen, can you tell us what's happening?
Hi, good evening, Wesley. Well, what I can tell you is that the PNM supporters in Tobago have seemed to have heeded the call by the Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, to celebrate at home and not to congregate because of the COVID-19 and, of course, following this COVID-19 guidelines and protocols. So there's not much activity here at the PNM's headquarters in Scarborough in Tobago. We do have an update on some of those results coming out of Tobago East and Tobago West. Ayana Webster Roy, the last unofficial result we have is that she has 4,900 votes to Watson Duke's 3,900 votes and 176 votes for Juliana Henry King. Shamfa Kujo is ahead by about 2,500 votes or more. She has 5,200 votes, and Tasha Grace Burris has 2,600 votes. The two independent candidates, Nkosi Philip, he so far has 13 votes, and Ricardo Philip, he has 19 votes. So it's, of course, those are unofficial results. It's still early in the night, and we are standing by here in Scarborough waiting on maybe some of the officials from the PNM, maybe the candidates to come on down to the PNM's headquarters, and then we can have a little more for you, Wesley.
Okay, Karen, don't go yet. So any feedback at all from the PDP? Has Watson Duke been saying anything? Okay, I think we've lost Karen.
Well, we haven't heard anything from Watson Duke as yet. We do know that he has set up in the Sid Gray Park in Roxborough. He has a big stage up there, and he has invited his supporters to come there and view the results live on a big screen. He made that announcement earlier today. He said they can come in their cars and have a drive-in, like a movie. They will watch the results on the big screen. They can come in on their bicycles and watch the results there. But we're not hearing or seeing anything of Watson Duke just yet out of Roxborough. We do have a feed from Roxborough, so we're hoping to get that maybe when next you cross to us, Wesley.
Thank you very much for that, Karen. And we have Ian Wason who has an update for us. Ian? Over to you, Ian.
Right, so what we have an update from is the police came, because I would have mentioned of here to the producers that they have not been looking at the social distancing. They have not been observing social distancing here in El Socorro, and I was a bit concerned about that. That's why I'm doing my updates across the street. I had crossed the street and I'm doing my updates on the other side. Now the police had come to disperse the crowd and Saddam Hussein came out briefly to distribute masks and encourage the supporters to practice social distancing and stop clinging together. So that's what we have here at the moment. The police have come and intervened, and the loud music had stopped as well, and we are just waiting to see how it continues to progress as the night go along.
Well, thanks a lot for that, Ian. Continue staying safe. So, Lennox, you were going through your list, and at Tobago East.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that is PNM. So it appears that Moruga Tableland has gone to UNC. So that would give the UNC 19. And La Hawketta, if they get that, that'll make them 20. And that appears to be it. So this election appears to, well, we have to wait for La Hawketta to Alparo. But in any event, whichever way it goes, it seems that the PNM would have won the election.
Okay, let's go to DK Rasta, who is at the UNC headquarters in Couva. DK, what's the latest for us?
Thank you, Wesley. We continue to bring you live coverage from the United National Congress election headquarters, located next to the constituency office for Couva South. Now, while the immediate venue is closed to the general public, party faithful and supporters are beginning to increase in numbers outside of the immediate venue. Now, sporadic sounds of whistles, bells, vuvuzelas can be heard, buoyed by some of the numbers that are being received at this point in time, especially when one of the seats is declared in favor of the United National Congress. This is where we are at this point in time. It seems as though physical and social distancing is not being adhered to put it mildly. Now, a little earlier, I saw a police vehicle on the road, but the vehicle has moved and the crowds are still there. This is where we are at right now at the UNC electoral headquarters. I'm DK Rosta for TTT News.
Thanks for that update, DK. And Christine, what's the trend? Do you agree with Lennox that we're looking at?
I will do like Conrad and continue biting my nails. We would like to see results, but I think we just have to. Some of the results are not complete. When I say not complete, they're still in the early stages. So I think we need to just look at get all the results.
But she could be a reporter.
No, but I think what we can confirm is that the fact that we had 19 competing political parties made no difference, appears to have made no difference.
Yes.
Or very little difference this time around. it simply wasn't a factor. Perhaps the emergence of PDP as a new autonomous force in Tobago, but outside of that, it doesn't appear as if...
Well, interestingly, UNC did not send up any candidates for Tobago,
Yes.
so they let PDP fight it with the PNM. So that was interesting.
That certainly was, speculation that abounded, that was space for the PDP to operate. Now, it appears as if for the COP, this is cause for, more than going back to the drawing board.
Well, as a former COP member myself, we knew that when things broke with the partnership, third forces tend to disintegrate. It takes a little while, but they eventually go in one direction, and this is what happened with COP. Some people try to hold on to it, hoping that something else can come out, a merger with some larger group, and so you can have a stronger political force. But this does not appear to be taking place with the COP presently. But who knows, what's happening in the future.
Conrad, what are the prospects for the emergence of perhaps what we've described in the past as a third force? There's no third force evident from this.
So if we look at it scientifically and we look at the demographics in the society, and we look at the major, the major groups in the party, the PNM basically gets its support from the Black Christian community and the UNC from the East Indian community. That basically takes the majority of individuals, and as long as you are aligned along those interests, anything that comes after that is basically a minority. So unless that group could come together as a group and be the swing, or be able to find a mechanism to represent those views, then I think that what we see happening will continue. But by and large, I feel that there's a lot of misunderstanding of government, and there are a lot of individuals who believe they can do better simply by talking about it. And as you listen to them in many instances, you understand that they don't really understand how government works, the differences between the parliamentary structure, the cabinet structure, and how all of that plays, and how, it's very complex, but it's not something we talk about. I think one of the challenges we face in the society is we need to talk about those things so that everybody understands how it is, and they understand that the differences in parties really a difference in philosophy or a difference in choice. In a particular...
To be the devil's advocate, we saw NAR emerging, and we saw COP came and had some existence.
Correct.
So amidst those same fundamentals, we saw some successes by both COP and NAR.
Okay,
so to say it can't happen again may not,
No, I'm not saying that.
Let's take up in there because Vidya has some updates for us. 4 of them I understand. Vidya, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Wesley. We have 4 updates, as you mentioned here. We start with Lahokita Talparo, and this one, we would have seen a small lead for the UNC the last time round. What has happened in this particular situation? Well, let's start off with Diego Martin Northeast, and Colm Imbert is leading by over 8,000 votes there. So suddenly, this one seems to be going back to the PNM. Eli Zakuru, 2,827. Philip Alexander, under 500. We go to Faizabad next. And Dr. Lakram Bodo leading by 4,000 plus votes here, and with just a few more polling divisions to go, looks like he has taken back Faizabad for the UNC. Next up on the constituency list is Lopino Bonaire West, and Marvin Gonzalez with a few of the polling divisions in. He has a big lead over Prakash Williams, and look at the performance there for Jack Warner. Getting some traction, just about half of the votes of Marvin Gonzalez, who seems to be benefiting from the votes being split between those two, Prakash Williams and Jack Warner in Lopino Bonaire West. San Fernando West, a lot of talk about this particular seat. Faris Al-Rawi is leading Sean Sobers by just about 600 votes or more. Benson Jagisar, Nikolai Edwards, and Valmiki Ramsingh yet to register a vote in the keenly contested San Fernando West seat. And those are the updates we have for you at this time. We'll have some more updates, Wesley, and still on track. No surprises there so far. Just one close seat there, Wesley, to talk about.
Thanks a lot for that video. We have Crystal Wilson, who is at Balize House for with an update for us.
Good evening once again, and welcome back to Balize House, where the atmosphere seems to be changing somewhat. We have with us the PNM's media liaison and former Vice President of the Senate, Mr. Nigel De Freitas, who will share with us some updated information. Mr. De Freitas,
good evening.
Can you update us on the happening?
Yes, so the numbers that we have so far, the People's National Movement is ready to declare the following seats: Aruka Maloney, Dabadi O'Meara, Diego Martin West, Labre, Laventil East Mova, Laventil West, Lopino Bonaire West, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, Port of Spain South, St. Anne's East, Tobago West, Toko Sandy Grande, and Tunapuna. Those are the seats that we are ready to declare at this point in time. Also, I would like to indicate that the Prime Minister is here at Balize House, and he will be addressing you all shortly on the media and the rest of the media that is here to give you his speech for tonight. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, and we will bring the Prime Minister's address to you as soon as he is ready. That's it for now at Balize House. I am Crystal Wilson for TTT News.
Thank you very much for that, Crystal, and we will be joining you soon when the Prime Minister makes his statement. Conrad?
I agree with Lennox that it appears that no matter what occurs, unless something dramatic takes place, and I don't see it, the PNM will form the next government.
Nigel, have you been following? Nigel with us? Nigel, now that we have some updated information, Nigel, what are your impressions of what you've been hearing?
Again, very interesting. We're looking at those seats that are still to be called. San Fernando West, La Joquita Talparo. La Joquita Talparo is one that it's not over until it's over, unless you know exactly where in the constituency you're getting the votes from, because it's really almost two different constituencies, small C constituency inside La Joquita Talparo. You have the very heavily PNM La Joquita, and then you have the rural, very heavily UNC Talparo. So unless you know exactly which polling divisions you're talking about, you really don't know where it's trending. But let's actually go into some of the polling divisions where I do actually have some information. So let me share that with you. San Fernando West, as we just found out, where the Attorney General is ahead by 500 votes. We can look at the swing polling division by polling division. So the one on the right is 2015, and the one on the left is this year, 2020. What we will see is polling division by polling division. So Green Acres, right, those two polling divisions up there, where the UNC would have won this first one by 19. They now won that one by 57. The PNM would have won 38-78 by 47. Now they win by only 17. Marabella, you look at all of these in Marabella. Again, a slight shift from towards the UNC, right? So from 146 to 112, from 62 to 20. In the other direction, you have a slight anomaly going the other way, but the vast majority of them, you see a slight tick towards away from the PNM towards the UNC. But as you can see in your screen right in front of you, that is no way near the swing towards the UNC that's going to be needed to overcome a lead of 2,600 votes. So this is pretty clear where it's heading. It seems like it's heading towards the PNM. We probably wouldn't want to call it as yet, but the pattern is very clear. Polling division after polling division. Looking at Point-a-Pierre, Wesley, you said we wanted to go into the polling divisions in Point-a-Pierre. So what we will see here is, as I mentioned, pretty interesting. Right now, according to the polling divisions I have, which is not all, you have the PNM ahead by 424 just in these 26 polling divisions. But these polling divisions, as you can see, are very are the more PNM side of the constituency, right? So again, you're seeing a swing slightly towards the UNC in Point-a-Pierre. So UNC would have won this polling division in Diamond Village by 15. Now they won by 20. In Claxton Bay, you would have seen they won these polling divisions or polling stations, sorry, 26, 54, 16. Now, now the UNC won this one by 19. PNM won this one only by 42. So very, very slight tick away from the UNC towards the PNM.
Nigel, can you just
won
hold on that, because we have Jack Warner on the line with us. So let's go to Jack Warner. Yes.
A very good night to you. We are coming to you live from the ILP headquarters on the Eastern Main Road in Arouca, and we actually have the ILP's candidate for Arouca Bonaire West, Jack Warner. Mr. Warner, the PNM would have just declared that the Lufino Bonaire West seat has gone to the PNM.
I think that's quite true. Though there are 14 stations to come in still, I don't think those 14 stations would make a difference, and therefore I too would agree with them that they have retained the Lupino Bonaire West seat.
Tonight, I would like to acknowledge on the platform our party officers and my wife Sharon, and to acknowledge you people in the audience for being such a disciplined bunch of people. Ordinarily, we would have been gathered here in our thousands, because tonight, the People's National Movement has won the general elections in Trinidad and Tobago. And when we win a general election, we always say, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, great is the PNM, and we shall prevail. Tonight, against all odds, in a most difficult situation, the PNM has once again been called to service in the government of Trinidad and Tobago. It has not been an easy task. It has not been an easy way. But the PNM has stayed the course. And once again, we have been called to provide the people of Trinidad and Tobago with the good governance that it expects from the People's National Movement. So far, as the results are in, there are one or two areas that need to be tidied up, but it appears as though we went in with 23 seats and we would come out with 22. A majority is 21. Thank you for that support. Given the course that we have traveled, given the obstacles that we had to overcome in the period 2015 to 2020, I tonight want to say that this result confirms my faith in the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because I've always said to you that the people of Trinidad and Tobago can be trusted to do the right thing when they're called upon so to do. And tonight, you have done so today, as reflected in these results tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I will return to office in Whitehall as the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. We have contested, and we've contested hard. But at the end of the day, the prize was the majority of seats to form the government, and we once again have got the majority of seats. There are so many people that I could thank tonight, but I'm sure that you would not deny me the opportunity to thank my wife Sharon. on many occasions, when it appears as though that I may falter, she would have held my head up, held my hand, and kept my spirit up. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, I am eternally grateful. In this party, I also would like to acknowledge all our party officers, especially those who have been out front every night in the campaign. And there is no other party officer who has been more out front on the platform with us than young Laurel Lezama-Leasing, chairing our proceedings, calling the public to pay attention to our platform and giving us that energy as we approach the PNM's platform. I would also like to thank Deputy Political Leader Rohan Sinanan, who is once again our campaign manager and is victorious in that way. I want to thank all the party officers, all our deputy political leaders who have been given assignments all over the country. And to say to them that the number of seats that we've won to retain the government does not in itself reflect the performance of the PNM across the country. I have been told, and I verily believe, that we have doubled our votes in Chaguanas West. And the young lady who is our standard bearer, then let me say to her and to all our other candidates who have not won seats, that you are with us. Your party has won the general election. I would like to think that in this particular election during a pandemic, where it appears as though that a number of the more senior citizens would not have participated as fully as they might have, that our young people have come to the fore, and this victory is largely as a result of the involvement of our young people. So, what does the future hold? The future in Trinidad and Tobago is bright. We have some difficult days ahead, but as dark clouds may bring showers, thunderstorm, and lightning, behind that is the bright sunshine and the warmth. So the passage of the storm is to be survived, and the good weather after is to be enjoyed. Our projections are that the next 2 years would be difficult, very difficult, but during that period, we are required to do certain things that will put us in a better position to enjoy the rest of that future which is guaranteed to us. And I would like to say to the country, the elections tonight will be over. We'll wake up tomorrow morning and these elections will be behind us. Let us go back to being one people under God, working together to build this blessed nation of Trinidad and Tobago. In this period more than any other, let us put aside personal slights. Let us put aside personal wants and look at the national needs, especially of those persons who are least able to look after themselves. The priority of this government is to ensure that all those who call Trinidad and Tobago home, that they live here with respect and in dignity, and the people and the government will play its role. But then we would build an economy that will grow in such a way that all of us would be lifted by that rising tide of the future, where all boats would be lifted, and we'll all then be able to say, Mother Trinidad and Tobago is good to all of us. But in this period, the short period ahead of us, the priority is to ensure that no one is left behind, that we make the changes that we say we will make. We have made certain commitments to the government, to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, And we intend to carry out those commitments because tonight our platform has won and we have a mandate to do what we say we're going to do. And by God, we're going to do what we say we're going to do. And what does the future hold for me personally? This, ladies and gentlemen, could easily be my last term in politics in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm not one of those politicians who believe that when you come into office, you should go out feet first. I have places to go and people to see. But more importantly, I have a commitment to ensure that this is a period of transition in the PNM. And as the longest serving member in the parliament who will continue to serve another term, I have a duty and a responsibility during this term to fashion the PNM's future by ensuring that our young people are developed in such a way that when I'm no longer in this position to announce an election victory, that the country will not be deprived of the leadership it deserves. This is my period to ensure that the young people that I have been monitoring, that I have been mentoring, that they move into greater responsibility. This is that period. So Trinidad and Tobago, this is a period of transition. But I would not shirk my responsibility to the people of Trinidad and Tobago who have elected me as Prime Minister for this 5-year period. Ordinarily, we would be here in our thousands to celebrate this victory, but tonight is a different night. This election took place in a different time. It took place during a pandemic. When I finished speaking to you, I put on a mask. And you're wearing your mask, but we've conducted an election. And I must say that I monitored all day today, and from the reports that I have had, as a people, we have conducted ourselves properly during a pandemic, and the election is now out of the way. Safely out of the way. But let us not forget, ladies and gentlemen of Trinidad and Tobago, children as well, we are trying to survive in a pandemic. So we have no license to behave as though we can ignore the exhortations of the health department. I will be in Whitehall soon after I am sworn in, and I will continue to provide this country with stable and sober leadership. Let us feel proud as a people that our democracy has worked. We've selected our leaders peacefully and quietly, and we will put our shoulders to the wheel and we'll overcome whatever difficulty stands in our way. We are one people. One people. Trinidad and Tobago, one people. We have one government, and we will so conduct ourselves in the parliament. Time is of the essence. I promise you, young people, that during this period, we will digitize this country. And you will see that reflected in the appointments to the cabinet. I promise you, young people, that we will take you into training programs and expand our economy in agriculture. You will see that in the cabinet and in the budget. As I leave you now, I go to put a cabinet together. And soon after that, we begin to put a budget in place. Because once again, soon after we're elected to government in the country, we have to go straight into preparing a budget. That is our first assignment. And I ask you to be patient. I ask you to be supportive. I ask you to leave behind all the aggravations of the elections. Leave that baggage behind. Let us look ahead, firm in the gaze that we are looking at our future, a future which all of us have committed to, and a future which says to us that we ought to have boundless faith in our destiny. That destiny is largely in our hands. So I want to thank all those of you who are PNM standard bearers, all 40 of you. It has been a pleasure. it has been an honor to lead you into battle and to have held on to government for another 5-year term. I say to all of you PNM standard bearers, thank you for that support. But I also want to say to you again, as I said to you in 2015, the government would have come from the PNM, but it's not a government for only the PNM. It's the government of Trinidad and Tobago. So once again, this venerable party has come to service when called by the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you, thank you. Members of the media, let us start with a clean slate. Many of you have been naughty, sometimes accidentally. But I must say, I do enjoy my interactions with the media. There's only one thing I really, really hate, is when you quote me saying things I didn't say. So if you promise me that, we're going to be friends. But you've done a really good job, and I've really observed some of you, some of the young people have been around doing really good work. You've done a really good job during the COVID period when we came out there and every day talking to the public, and it was you who was there. And whenever we have our press conferences, you're there. And by and large, you have carried us coverage very well. And I want to thank you all for that. And I want to ask you to continue to be responsible. Just be responsible. Let the agendas emerge. But your agenda of the fourth estate is to ensure that when it comes from the media, the average person can say, I read it in the papers, and therefore it's true. But this is the age of fake news, and I know how difficult it is in your job to ensure that your news is the correct news. But Trinidad and Tobago is a wonderful place, a bountiful place. This is a period of difficulty. But let me end on this note, that tough times don't last forever, but tough people do. Trinidad and Tobago, thank you very much. And under God's blessings, we will continue to paddle our canoe in this swift current. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
There you have it, a victory speech by the political leader of the People's National Movement and Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley, and making a few declarations as well, indicating that this is perhaps going to be his last term in Parliament and in government, declaring a PNM that is in transition, and the extent to which this transition period would also be signified by changes in the makeup of the cabinet. That's something that we need to look at in the near future. And then a special word of advice to the media, and a pronouncement that he's prepared to operate on a clean slate. So now, DK, we're going to join DK Rasta now from the UNC office. DK.
Thank you, Wesley. There is an air of disbelief at the UNC election headquarters as the results came in that the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Keith Christopher Rowley, or Dr. Rowley, was giving his victory speech. What we're seeing now, witnessing at the event, is crowds of UNC supporters leaving in almost absolute silence. Equipment is being unplugged and put away. And like I said, there's generally an air of disbelief over the results of the election 2020, the parliamentary election. Now, we are not sure whether or not we will see the leader of the United National Congress this evening at this venue, but at the same time, this is where we are at this moment. So from the UNC election headquarters, DK Rasta for TTT News.
Before you leave, are there other leading officers of the UNC who are there at this time? DK? Are there other leading members of the UNC who are there? Okay, apparently you won't be able to hear us, so we can begin to wrap panel. Conrad, starting with you. A signal of a PNM in transition, a majority 22-19. That takes us more or less to the reality of the situation, which is Trinidad and Tobago is basically a 50-50 country. And
demographics?
Yeah, due to the demographics. But how do you see it?
COVID-19 is going to be an issue. And the government is going to find itself having to deal with COVID-19, but also having to deal with energy issues. It is going to be a challenge because revenues are going to be in short supply. And other areas of diversification.
Okay, we have Shampa Kojo on the line. Let's take that in. So we go to Tobago with Shampa Kojo.
That's a run for my money at all. I'm way ahead. The numbers would show that I'm way ahead of my opponent. So I don't see it as a run for my money at all. My numbers would have been double her number at least. So I don't see it as a run for my money at all. The people of Tobago West would have come out. They would have had their voices heard. They would have stood up against nonsense. And so I'm pleased by them coming out and showing that full support. So I'm really, really thankful to the people of Tobago West. We would have won in all 6 electoral districts in the West. So that's me giving her a run for her money. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Well, as I would have said all the way along, it had been a real trying and hectic campaigning period. The last time I would have campaigned, it would have been from April to September. That would have been 5 months. And what we tried to do this year is do it in 5 weeks. Again, some very challenging circumstances, as I would have mentioned before, not being able to sit and talk with people, because in Tobago we are touchy-feely people. We go to people's homes, you sit, you hug, you talk, you get to explain policy and so on to people. And the last time we would have visited certain communities once, twice, 3 times. This time around, there are some communities that we didn't get to visit at all, or some parts of villages that we didn't get to visit at all. For instance, my home village of Bethel, there are a large number of areas that I didn't get to walk, Lambo, Plymouth even. So, and the type of campaigning we had to do this time for everyone, it was difficult because you don't have the turnout at public meetings. So this culture that the PNM had become accustomed to over the years, it had just changed on us. And we all would have done our best in getting out there and getting the support. Of course, there are a number of people who told you from day one, because of my age, I feel challenged by this whole COVID situation, I'm not going to come out. At the end of the day, the overall voter turnout was lower than the 2015, if you check the figures. But I'm thankful that the people would have voted resoundingly for the People's National Movement and would have granted us the opportunity to serve and represent them once again.
Ms. Couva, any preference in terms of assignments to government ministries that you would like to see yourself in?
Well, we are elected to be representatives of the people in the parliament, so we vie for the position of parliamentary representative. At the end of the day, it's up to the Prime Minister as to whether he would like for you to be a part of his cabinet or a minister in his government. Whichever way we're called to serve, we're ready to serve the people of our constituency first and foremost, and serve the government in whichever way the Prime Minister sees fit. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, the usual way forward is to review the items that were presented. Of course, many of the issues have to be dealt with by or in collaboration with the Tobago House of Assembly. So every day I go out and I walk and I capture issues. The staff in the office would sit and sort the issues, and we would write to the Secretary of Health, the Secretary of Works, and so on, so that they have the issues before them also. We would have also forwarded a report each and every day to the area representatives so that they are aware of the issues. So my office in the constituency would then follow up with those offices to ensure that those issues are dealt with, and that's the way we do it.
seen in Tobago, well, popping up in Tobago and so on. Are you at all concerned? And what do you think, what additional measures should be placed in Tobago to deal with that?
I think at the point in time, the COVID situation remains a moving target. We continue to depend on the technical advice of the CMO and the health professionals. And we as the public have to continue, I shouldn't say continue, but do better at adhering to the COVID protocols, because there are some things that just really cannot be legislated, washing your hands, wearing your mask, that type of thing. Our priority right now as a government would always be to keep our constituents or to keep our people safe and secure. So we continue to work alongside or work in collaboration with the health professionals and the national security professionals to ensure that we are safe and put the necessary measures in place as we go along.
Tobago Autonomy Bill, that was one of the, wasn't achieved during the last term because the bill lapsed. Your comments on that? I think on the ground, a lot of people complained that that was not achieved by the government.
Well, as you are well aware, and this matter would have been covered several times, we would have taken this legislation to the Joint Select Committee and would have conducted significant research. So the work is not lost. The work would be carried into this new session of Parliament, and it would remain an area of priority. You know, it's not just the business of the government. We also have to persuade the opposition and the independents so that we get the necessary vote so that it is passed. So we continue to have this matter as one of priority, and we will pursue it as Tobagonians, as PNMites, as the government until it is achieved.
That is Tobago West Member of Parliament Sham Fukujo here at the PNM's headquarters in Scarborough. Of course, Tobago retaining, the PNM retaining those 2 seats in Tobago, Tobago West and Tobago East. From Scarborough, I'm Karen Kozier-Phillip for TTT News.
Thank you very much for that, Karen, and thank you very much for the hard work all evening. We go to Vidya Ramphal now, who is going to give us a wrap in terms of the latest figures. Vidya.
Thank you very much, Wesley. Well, just to remind you, in terms of the 2015 election, the PNM would have won 23 seats, the UNC 17, and the COP 1. This time around with the count at 2219, where did that particular number change? And that, the simple answer, it would have been Moruga Tableland. That is the seat that has gone back to the UNC, and of course St. Augustine, which was held by the COP the last time, has now gone back to the UNC. So those are the changes. That's why it's 2219. Now, just to itemize the seats that have gone to the PNM, I'll read them out to you. Rima, Aruka Maloney, Dambadi O'Meara, Diego Martin Central, Diego Martin Northeast, and Diego Martin West. And in South, Labre, La Hawketa Talparo, Laventil East Movar, Lopino Bonaire West, Point Fortin, in Port of Spain. The 2 Port of Spain seats have gone to the PNM, as well as the 2 San Fernando seats. St. Anne's East is also there, St. Joseph, and of course the 2 Tobago seats, and then Toko, Sangre Grande, and Tunapuna. For the UNC, I'll just read out the list of seats that have gone to the UNC: Barataria, San Juan, Caroni Central, Caroni East, Chaguanas East and West, both Couva seats, Komoto Manzanilla, and also Faizabad has gone back to the UNC. Mayaro,
we'll have to leave Vidya there because we have a speech now from Kamla Prasad Bisesa, political leader of the United National Congress.
Are in the process of filing for recounts because the numbers are so close, those recounts will be done. And only then can we concede or claim victory. So that's the way forward for us. Thank you all very, very much. We're brave. We fought a good fight. We did our best. And of course, we will continue to do our best for our country and for our constituents. So I think Barry is here. He won his seat. Give him a round of applause. Michelle Benjamin and Moruga Tableland, I congratulate her. 3 marginals will be under recount. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, it is a very brief statement from the political leader of the UNC, basically indicating that the race has been so close in some constituencies that the the party is going to pursue the possibility of recounts. So the results of that would be left to be seen. But for the time being, we'll be dealing essentially with a 22-19 victory by the People's National Movement. I want to alert Nigel before we come to him. I think Mrs. Prasad-Bissessar is back with us.
Well. We could have done better. As I said before, the good fight, before the clean fight, Archie did very well. And as I say, it's not over till it's over. You know, you asked me that earlier when I arrived. You had asked me that, but it's not over until the last vote is counted. There will be recounts in at least 3 of the marginal seats. So God bless you all and thank you all.
Yes, Kamala Prasad-Bissessar there indicating again, as we said before, the possibility of recounts. And she did not specify the constituencies, but constituencies in which the count would have been very close. So Nigel, you've been with us following these statements from the Prime Minister and from the opposition leader. What are your impressions and your wrap-up comment on how the evening has unfolded?
Yeah, well, not surprised at all. I mean, it did seem like this is the way that it was going. The Prime Minister, I guess, has had more information than we had over on our side. But while he was speaking, we did have a flurry and of results come in and did corroborate basically what he was saying. Let me see if I can show you the way that I'm looking at it over here. Give me a moment. So what I have here, this is what I've been kind of looking at whole night. Are all 41 seats from the most PNM on the top, Laventille West, going all the way straight down to Chaguanas West at the bottom. Here in this column, we have the margin in the last election in 2015 coming all the way down. And you have, what we've been talking about, these swing seats all the way through the night. And it has followed basically the same pattern. Some of these things are still reporting. So that's why you may see some of these things are not quite filled out here. But if you look straight down to where we see these marginal seats, what I call the swing seats, it looks like it follows basically the same pattern as would have been said earlier. Moruga Tableland, that's the one that would have flipped. Everything else going the way it would have been 5 years before. The UNC holding on to Barataria, Sawa, Point-a-Pierre, Chaguanas East, and so on. So, I mean, like I said, the polls did say it was going to go in this direction. Both myself and my colleague from one of the other media houses had media commission polls that said that the PNM had a slight lead. I think you summed it up quite well to say that we're a 50-50 country. Just a few people, 5%, 1 in 20 of us changing our minds would shifts of seats here or there. So this one, it does look in fact like it is 22 seats that the PNM would have won. I'm also not surprised that the Prime Minister, that the opposition leader felt some of these things were close enough that they're going to seek a recount. Perhaps maybe even Tobago East might be one of those. But we'll wait and see which ones that they look at. So that's the way I'm seeing it on my side.
Thank you very much for that, Nigel, and thank you very much for the information that you shared with us this evening and for your insights. So, Conrad, your wrap-up comments as we prepare to close this broadcast.
Well, congratulations to the PNM, congratulations to the UNC. I think that democracy is very much alive in Trinidad and Tobago, and that's something we should be proud of.
Lennox?
Well, first of all, I would commend Dr. Rowley for his speech, the way he spoke about, it is for everyone, getting everybody on board and so on. That's very magnanimous with those kinds of statements. But there's a kind of sadness that would pervade everything else. That is, the results were so close that one half of the country appears to be left out and one half is in, and so on. And that is not a very nice thing. We have to find a way. There's no resounding victory by any one side to say, well, okay, they have done it. So that is the most unfortunate situation, the way our politics is divided. And I think that we have to continue to make efforts to see how we can bridge that. That's about as much as I can say.
Christine?
Well, I think it was a great victory speech. I think the Prime Minister really did well. I heard him talking about digitizing the economy. A lot was said about young people and agriculture and moving forward. So I think I think we should all be very optimistic. And why waste a good crisis? If you have a pandemic, we have things to do. And I think that is what he was saying. He's not going to waste a good crisis. And I think he's going to, I think we're on a positive note. And I think all of us should really be grateful. I think one term is always too short to really implement all your measures. And really, I think a 2 terms prime ministership is important to really make a difference and to really take the country forward.
Thank you very much, Christine Sahadeo, Lennox Sankasing, Conrad Enel, Nigel Henry, our TTT team that was out on the field and worked so hard to bring us those updates, our technical crew, the people here in the studio with us. Yes, our signer who provided sign language services. That's really, I think I learned a few moves. And I want to thank, Stacey and Providence, who served as producer for all of this, so the very hard work she put in, the news team led by Sandra Maharaj, everybody who contributed to this program. I want to thank you very much, and I want to wish you, listeners and viewers, all the very best for the future as we move forward. Thank you and good night.
This is TTT. Live for local.